also at a time where all or almost all economic indicators are not looking too exciting. I'm 13.8% as at the close of 2020 financial year, and also trying to ensure that those taxes he introduces to shore up revenue do not go to trigger inflation, which will then force the Bank of Ghana to increase the monetary policy rate, which currently stands at 13.5%. That will mean that interest rates are going to go up. As we speak, interest rates averaging some 20.1% because inflation for the past period has been tamed. Because of the risk of inflation, a finance minister decides to maintain some of their taxes, especially in the energy sector. When you look at the price build-up in terms of fuel in the country, we have about 15 levies and margins in the price build-up. There are a lot of organized labor groups which are calling on the finance minister to clear some of those levies. Clearing some of those levies will mean the government will lose revenue. And so that's the confusion in which the finance minister will be today, trying to satisfy the ordinary Ghanaian by way of cushioning the vulnerable in terms of fuel prices and also trying to raise some more revenue. And so we are here live from Parliament House. My name is Maurice Ogwete. I'll be doing this with my colleague
Sani Abdurrahman. Of course, Maurice, this is a crucial budget in the country's history where there is COVID-19, which has taken a toll on the economy, which has strained government's purse, and of course also has affected productivity, which has a rippling effect on the country's revenue sources.
Right.
And also the finance minister will have to also take measures to improve the country's sovereign ratings, which in the last few weeks, or in months back, have been downgraded by some of the credit ratings.
Sure. In fact, I don't mean to cut you, but our bonds are, I think, the worst performing so far.
Yes.
Investors are trying to shy away from our bonds because of our debt levels. And so one of the assignments the finance minister will have to do today will be to ensure our investors that he has a hold on the debt situation, he has a hold on the fiscal deficit situation. As I said, 13.8% as at the close of the year. And so that assurance must be given. That will be a very tall order and a difficult one, because the figures
only be given if the finance minister reassures the investor community that he is going to ensure the tightening of fiscal consolidation.
Sure.
And that is only the avenue that can engender confidence in the Ghanaian economy and attract more funds.
Right.
If you look at the situation from the fact that domestically revenue is not performing, we are still doing around less than 14% compared with our peers on the sub-Saharan Africa. Some are doing 20% on the average.
Right.
It tells you that we are doing very low.
Right.
And
in fact, by the 6 months of this particular year, we had missed our revenue target by some 12%. Monetary value is around 5 million Ghana cedis, which the GRA must work hard to ensure that our revenue target of 68 billion is achieved by the close of
Maurice,
the year.
For me, the revenue target in itself, there have been a lot of concerns from the side of the minority that it's unrealistic. But for me, it's too low. If you look at what our peers are doing in terms of their tax performance, and that is a huge challenge to the finance minister as he presents the budget today.
Right.
Revenue is not performing. On the credit market also, the chances are very slim if you go on to raise any sort of money. If you want to raise money on the capital market,
sure,
the rates that you are getting is not helping. So that also is not good for the finance minister.
Right.
But we await to see how he will want to press the austerity button to ensure that we tighten our grips.
Abdul, tightening and consolidating the fiscal space will mean government will have to step down on spending.
Yes.
But at this particular critical hour where we are, spending is an option because you have to spend to grow the economy. The Ghanaian economy grew 0.4% by the close of 2020. We've seen some recovery. The only way this economy recovers is when you spend more, when you do more of capital expenditure. And so in this 2022 budget, I am expecting, some more spending, even though on the flip side, that is going to affect the fiscal position and our debt position as well.
I'm not cutting you, but that wouldn't be a problem if we invest in the productive sectors of the economy.
Right.
For example, few days ago, we had conversation with economists from KPMG who were telling us if government will borrow and invest the funds in productive sectors of the economy, it can repay itself. But once the monies go into recurrent expenditure, then it's more or less a doom for the nation.
Right. So we'll be taking our viewers through how the 2020 economy looked like, and then we'll also take them through the macroeconomic targets for 2021. But what are your expectations as the finance minister presents the budget in terms of taxes? Is it likely that we're going to see some new taxes? Is it going to remove taxes? Are we likely to see a cut on spending? What are your expectations?
Well, in terms of taxes, I don't expect to see the lifting or removal of some taxes. If you look at the country's revenue position, we are complaining that tax performance is low, which of course is not the issue of the number of taxes that we have, but because we are not more or less enforcing and ensuring that we are expanding the tax nets. A lot of the tax revenue we get from the country is from the formal sector. In excess of 600,000 government workers and other companies that have formalized their operations. The informal sector holds about 85% of the Ghanaian economy. Well, the merging of the SNIT card and the Ghana card is going to help, but my concern is how will these translate into actuals? But not just the fact that we have 15
Ghana
million
card.
taxpayers, but how are we ensuring that the GRA moves up to ensure that these monies are collected to enhance socio-economic development in the country?
Well, that particular exercise for me is not going to, we're not going to see the dividends immediately. It's going to take some time for us to reap the benefits of merging the SNIT card, the Ghana card, and so we have 15 million Ghanaians who are now ready to pay tax. That will not be this particular year. It should be in the future. Now, talking about revenue, I spoke to the finance minister, I think a couple of weeks ago, and I asked him, transport operators, and for that matter, the ordinary Ghanaian, is complaining that fuel prices are up. Fuel prices are up because there are a lot of levies in the price build-up. Is he going to reduce some of these levies? And he tells me that, revenue is needed.
Certainly,
the fiscal position is also his target.
Even as we wrap up to hand over back to studio, the issue of fuel prices, for me, it's not about the number of taxes that we have. Because if you cumulate the taxes that we have, it's about 2 cedis 43 pesos. If you take out these 2 cedis 43 pesos, it's just a matter of time that all the gains will be eroded with this rising crude prices. So for us, it's just to introduce the marriage between Tor, Bost, and Go Energy. Once this marriage is implemented, they can create some sort of competition for other OMCs and determine the direction of the market as far as prices is concerned. Once we don't do that, then we can remove the taxes, but it will just be a matter of time that all the gains will be eroded.
In the short term,
Maurice,
that helps.
It seems we have to hand over back to studio for the conversation in there to continue. We're coming to you live from Parliament, where the Finance Minister is expected to present the 2022 budget. The discussion live on the ground and in studio with Edward Inyako. So we hand over back to studio, and once the Minister is done with the conversation, we'll be coming back with more analysis on what he has for the nation.
Back to the studios of GTV and GBC News. We're still looking at the 2022 budget yet to be presented by the Minister of Finance, Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta, today. But this is a jigsaw puzzle. This is the first time Ghana is going to have its post-COVID-19 budget. And as we look at 2021, we're projecting about 113 billion Ghana cedis of expenditure, and we're looking at 58 billion for revenue. We want to find out more as to how we are fared as a country. The headwinds are on the global stage in terms of the disruption in global supply chain is very active now. But with me to the discussion in the studio are Habib Adam, an economist, and Paul Apia-Kunedu, also an economist. Gentlemen, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Great to have you.
It's a pleasure.
Great. Let me start from you, Habib. Let's look at 2021. Yeah. We're projecting to do 58 billion in terms of revenue, and then 113 billion Ghana cedis for expenditure. How far have we fared?
Yes, in terms of the revenue, I think the projection is about 72 billion against the 113 in terms of expenditure. So far, we haven't done, we are somewhere in the middle. You know, usually at the beginning of the year, things are a bit slow. And more so, we're coming from an election year. So we had just finished election, then the government was sworn in, then they had to put in the team. So from the Bank of Ghana report, after the second quarter, we had done somewhere around 28.9 billion, almost about 29 billion, out of the projected 72 billion in terms of revenue. And in terms of the expenditure, we had done almost about 50 point something billion thereabout. So we are still within a budget deficit of around 5.2 thereabout, no, 6.1 rather, as against the projected 13%. So in terms of the performance of the revenue and expenditures, we are working. We are not meeting all of them because of the low revenue. We also had to cut down the expenditure because we're supposed to also spend in the margin somewhere around 60-something billion by the second quarter, but we've done somewhere around 50 thereabout, I think. So government is also revising its figures as and when, depending on the level of the revenue. So far, that's what we've done in terms of the revenue and the expenditure.
Paul, budget is mainly about revenue and expenditure. Yeah. So what's the position now?
Yeah, if you look at the trends in terms of Ghana's budgets, you always realize that we overspend or we spend above the projected. Then there are also revenue shortfalls. So whilst revenue mobilization is limited, we are not able to meet the revenue targets, but expenditure always overshoots the projected. And that is clearly the situation we have now. If you look at 2021, like my colleague said, we had a projected expenditure of 113 billion Ghana cedis and revenue, that is taxes and grants, totaling about 72 billion. Like you said, after the second quarter, we had done revenues of about 29 billion Ghana cedis, whilst expenditure was about a little over 50 billion. Now, from figures from the Ministry of Finance, as at the third quarter, we are having a budget deficit of about 13%, which is clearly above the 11% that was projected. So I think going forward is very important for us to begin to take steps to consolidate our fiscal stance in terms of reducing unproductive expenditures and also shoring up our revenues so that we can improve on our debt situation in order to enhance investor confidence in the economy.
The headwinds on the global stage in terms of supply chain disruption is very active. Absolutely. And we see inflation literally surging through a lot of economies. UK projected to, they are almost around 5% now. The US same, and China all over. In your view, Paul, how does that feed into our inflation target, which we Bank of Ghana indicated we want to do 8 plus minus 10, but now we are 11 now. And interestingly, we ended the year 2020 on a note of 11%.
Sure. As we all know, Ghana's economy is an import-dependent economy. What it means is that we import a lot of the things that we use within the economy. So if there are supply chain constraints in Europe and other places, what it means is that that will affect us here because the demand in terms of what we intend to import, getting to Christmas, we expect imports, the demand for imports to increase. And if we are not getting what we want, what it means is that there will be pressure on the price level to rise. Consumers will want to buy, whatever be the case. If the goods are not available for them to buy, just as UK has experienced inflation rates above projected, that will also trickle down to the Ghanaian economy. So I think what we should probably begin to do is to begin to find local substitutes for most of the things that we import, so that we can break the chain in terms of the trickle-down effects of inflation in the advanced economies into Ghana.
Habib, the multiplier effects of inflation and trends out there.
Yes, so what's likely to have is that we're going to have an imported inflation, because once inflation from the countries where we import, once there is inflation there, there's rising prices of goods there, and then we are bringing them in. Obviously, it will come at increased prices, and obviously, once it gets to Ghana, we also have to adjust our prices. And so, it is something like my colleague has said, which is something that we have to work on. That's the import substitution. And if you look at the figure for the last 3 years before COVID, I think government was trying to do that. Our import bills, look at our primary, so we were getting surpluses because we had tried to reduce our import whilst increasing our export. But with the COVID and then the supply chain disruptions, so what's happening is that even cost of freight has gone up, because now it is even difficult to get the shipping lines to get the goods to certain areas. And therefore, what you were ordinarily paying at a very low amount, you have to pay more than that now because of this supply disruption. So it is important for us to start developing our local industry. And that also feed into the government policy of the industrialization. And you realize that since the 1D1F started, we are probably hitting close to 100 factories now. And based on that, we are also reducing our import. But what we also have to do is to make specific policies to look at, to target certain items that we think that we can produce them in Ghana here.
Now, I'm not cutting you, but what you're looking at is feeding into the discourse in the public domain about AGI, that's Association of Ghana Industries, and then as against Ghana Union of Trade Association, that's GUTA. In one vein, one of the group is saying, look here, don't take off the benchmark values by 50% as government in 2019. In one breath, another guy is saying, look here, let it be scrapped. So let's bring that, because talking about making sure we strengthen our local industries.
Yes. Yeah, I think what happened was that there was that discussion, and I think government has also done some analysis of the port charges across the West Africa. And it came out that the cost of freight in Ghana was high, and also the benchmark prices that were used. So they recommended that, look, we needed to do something about the benchmark prices for certain items. But the agreement was that the GUTA had promised that when that was done, by reducing those prices of the benchmark prices on those selected items, prices of goods also come down. And so government decided to also do that. But unfortunately, sometimes with policy, implementation of policy, there are always unintended consequences. And so most of the items that were also added to the list, Ghana also had the competitive advantage of producing them here. And so already, if you look at Europe and other places where we go to import, usually their cost of production is always so. They have lower interest rate, lower cost of electricity, lower production factors. And so that they are coming in at a very reduced price. And so if you further reduce it through the reduction in the benchmark prices, that is an incentive to go and import more. And so once that happened, it affected the local producers. And therefore, they also started making complaints and saying that, look, government needed to do something. And I'm sure after listening to them, government decided that, look, let's review some of them. Even though the GRA has come out to say that they haven't done the official, probably it is just a proposal, but it's yet to be approved. So we probably, after the budget reading, we will know what has been approved, whether everything on the list has been approved, or only selected items will be up. So it is important for us to also, because even the benefit of the reduced prices that we anticipated, it never happened.
How do you know that it didn't happen? What kind of scientific study have you done?
No, you see, we have vehicles, and so the things we've been buying, we've not seen that much change in terms of the prices of the things that we've rather seen some slight increases. And so the Ghanaians didn't actually benefit from that, but also affected our local industry, which we're also trying to improve in order to create jobs. Because when you have your local industries doing very well, then the end result is that they'll definitely create jobs. And that is why we are heading towards.
All right. Paul, with imported inflation, and if we are trying to remove some of these benchmark values on these commodities, are we not going to fuel inflation, which we're also trying to make sure we contain it?
Yeah, I think it's all about where government want to drive the economy. If we want to achieve a target, sometimes we all need to tighten our belt to be able to get to where we want to get to. For example, when you go to Nigeria, for the past 5 years, government has put a ban on the importation of rice. And the sole aim is to promote local production of rice, to be self-sustainable in the long run. And Nigeria is getting to that point. Now, that policy has led to an increase in the price of rice in Nigeria. In Nigeria, you buy a bag of rice for about 33,000 naira. In Ghana cities, that is about 600 to 700 Ghana cedis. But
is it 25 kg or 50 kg?
50 kg.
Okay.
50 kg.
Okay.
And in Ghana, that is about 300 Ghana cedis. So that's almost half the price. And that is even local rice, which is not as tasty as the imported rice. But it's a matter of government policy and where government want to drive the economy. And that is creating opportunities for local entrepreneurs in the rice value chain. Farmers, and government is supporting them, giving them credit guarantees through NESA, which is a program by the central bank to provide credit guarantee for players in the rice and other agricultural value chains. And the government is clearly making progress with that regard. So I think if we want to increase local production, especially in agriculture, I don't see why we should be reducing benchmark values for agricultural products. Let's see poultry, for instance. We have the capacity to produce enough poultry to meet demand. But if you are giving benchmark values for importation of, poultry, what are you doing? You are killing the local entrepreneurs. And that is what is happening here.
But a man out there going to the market to buy poultry product doesn't care about what you're talking about. So how do we strategically convince that ordinary person that for now, like you say, tighten our belt?
Sure.
Just part away with some cities more.
I think it's about the over-politicization of policies. We all have to understand where we want to get to as a nation. And we all have a part to play. We all need to tighten our belt. Government has a part to play by way of supporting players in value chains that we want to encourage production. As consumers, we also have a part to play. We want to encourage local production. If we encourage local production, my brother, my sister, your brother, your sister who is not unemployed will get an opportunity to be employed. And to get that, there is always a price you pay for whichever value you want in life. And the price we pay is a relatively higher price that we have to pay beyond the imported price. Because imported chicken now goes for about 15 cedis. But if you do the analysis, with the cost of maize and other inputs, a local poultry farmer cannot sell at 20 Ghana cedis.
No,
to
it's
even
around
break
40
even.
cedis.
It's about 40.
45.
Or at a minimum, let's even say 30 cedis. But somebody has imported and selling at 15 Ghana cedis because government has given him reduction in benchmark value. So what are we doing? We are killing domestic industry, killing the kind of employment we want to create, and we pretend to be creating employment through NAPCO, which is not sustainable because it's not adding anything realistic to the economy. And when we are not adding anything to the cake and we pretend to be taking to share, what it means is that we are all being worse off in the long run. And it will come back to us in terms of government revenue, in terms of unemployment, and all the related social vices that come from unemployment.
Great. Talk about unemployment. 2021, it's barely left 1 month to go. In terms of making sure we create jobs, we know the security agencies are trying, but are we doing well in that regard?
Yes. In terms of employment, I think we must commend this government for the massive employment that it has created.
Even this year?
Not necessarily this year, but over the period. You realize that there's been a continuous employment of our graduates. You realize that, we should take it from the context of where we are coming from, where we had the IMF program, where there was a freeze on employment for almost 4 years. So you had people, a backlog from 2012 all the way to 2016, 2017. Now you realize that out of that, a lot of employment have been created, especially in the public sector, the teaching field, the education sector, the health sector. If you look at the statistics, what I've gathered so far is that you realize that in the health sector alone, over 100,000 people have been employed in that sector. And it has almost cleared the backlog from 2012 up to date. You also realize that in terms of the teaching field, over close to 95,000 have also been employed in in various related educational field. And then we also have because when you're talking of the employment in those formal sector, we're talking of the graduates and trainees, but even in the informal sector, government has tried to also lift out our brothers and sisters through the NAPCO, which is even for graduates, almost about 100,000. The forestry sector, over 83,000. The National Youth Employment Agency, for those who see our mothers and sisters who have not gone to school, who are doing the small manager, about 183,000. You know, and there are several other sectors that that jobs have been created, and so government will continue to create a job. But we are having an unfortunate situation where in the past we had only 5 public universities. Today we have over 100 universities, both public.
You describe it as unfortunate. You are getting knowledge.
No. I mean, it's a mixed feeling.
Okay.
It's a mix, especially when
because once you have people
yes,
who are knowledgeable,
I'm looking at
capitalists.
Yeah, I'm looking at it in the context of the unemployment situation that we're having ourselves now. Where we
so it depends on what we are being taught in the school as well.
Exactly. So I'm coming to that. You see, and the unfortunate thing, I'm saying unfortunate because we haven't managed that transition.
Okay.
I mean, it's good to have universities, but sometimes you have to manage the transition because of the crisis you create for yourself in terms of employment. Now, moving from 5 public, 4 public and 1 private to almost now 100, and you know, majority of these universities are coming out with as courses. So you only need a brick and mortar, a classroom with chairs to teach, and then the person become a graduate.
But it's cheaper to do that than to go for.
Exactly. But when they come out, what happens to the economy? You see them roaming the streets, applying over 100 applications, and nobody even called them for interview. So what we should have done was to ensure that the accreditation will put limits to the various areas of accreditation. So if you look for the humanities, we don't need for now, we don't need more than 30 universities. For the health sector or medical related, we need this number. We need so that when you get to those limits and people still apply for accreditation, okay, we have exhausted for this area. If you are going to this area, we will give you. But we didn't do that. Right. So at the end of the day, we are producing a lot of them in the system. And unfortunately too for it, we also converted our technical universities, the polytechnic, that was supposed to train the technical people at the middle level. We've converted all of them to graduates.
But I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You can still be doing that.
No, I don't buy this.
Because the focus is still on tech.
Yes, but you see, if you go to majority of them, they are all moving away from the technical area to the arts area. Most of them are now doing the arts course, just as done in the university.
All right, let me come to Paul,
and that's
who has stayed in Italy.
So no matter what government does, it's
still for using tech to propel its economy. Sure. So how do we make sure that even the upcoming budget, we're talking about the numbers that are being churned out, 400,000 people every year. Yeah. How do we make sure that we're able to, not necessarily government absorbing all of them, but make sure that it's private sector driven?
Yeah. I think if we look at our economic situation now, beyond the excessive debts or the high and rising debts, I think the second most pressing issue facing us now is unemployment. And we are clearly sitting on a time bomb. We cannot afford to allow the rate of unemployment to continue increasing. And like the finance minister said recently, that the public wage bill is full. And indeed it is full. If you look at the 2021 budget, the allocation for the public sector wage bill was 31.5 billion Ghana cedis. Now with 2022, it is projected to get to 34.6. And
from 31 to 34.
From 31 to 34.6. So we are adding about 3 billion. But the question is, what has been the increase in the contribution of the public sector to GDP? You realize that in most cases, the wage bill is increasing, but it's not having any significant impact on output.
So why that mismatch?
The high level of unproductivity in the public sector. People are clearly being paid, but are not doing enough, are not contributing anything significant to output in terms of service delivery. Go to most of public agencies. What one person can do, probably 3 people are doing. People report at 12 o'clock, by 3 o'clock they are off. I have worked in a judicial assembly before. I did an internship. And if you look at our attitude as public sector workers, so clearly there are a lot of people who are being paid, but are not contributing anything significant to outputs. And I think that is one area we really need to streamline. And if you add interest payments, which is 37.2 billion to the 34.6 billion, we are hitting 71.8 billion. That is interest payments and the public sector wage bill projected for 2022. That constitutes 80.58% of the projected revenue of 89.1, leaving just about 18 billion, assuming we are not borrowing.
Wow.
And our investors are shying away from our bonds. So what it means is that it's going to get to a point where we cannot borrow. We must manage to live within our means. And what it means is that we have to allocate 18 to infrastructure, allocations to MMDAs, and running of the state machinery. So if you look at 2021, allocation for capital expenditure, that infrastructure was about 11 billion. So let's even assume it gets to 15 billion. And we have a clear need in infrastructure. We cannot afford not to fix our roads. We have to fix the roads. So it's about time governments begin to rationalize the expenditure. And talking of the skill sets that we are giving to prospective job seekers, like he said, I mean, we are emphasizing on arts education, which clearly we don't need. It's about time we begin to incentivize people to go into technical training, such that even after school, they can begin to do things with their hands, with little government support. And I also think we need to adopt a comprehensive employment policy, not this artificial window dressing. We had youth employment scheme by President Kufuor. It was changed by President Mahama to JIDA and all that. We had the NAPCO. But the question is, are these schemes sustainable? In a case of limited government revenue, we cannot sustain these schemes. So what we need to do is to create opportunities in the real sectors of the economy. Agriculture, small and medium scale industries, agro-processing. These are areas where we have the potential to add up to output, to create opportunities for people, opportunities that will add up to output and government tax revenues in the long term.
Still, I'm still interested in the jobs. You had something to add?
Yes. I mean, like you said, you know, I mentioned the 1D, 1F. The only way that we can solve the issue of unemployment is through manufacturing and value addition. You see, and that's why the government came out with this 1D, 1F. And so far, we've tracked the employment in that sector. Almost about 150,000 have employed for those that are operational as at now. 150,000.
In how many of the factories?
It's getting somewhere about 78 to 80 thereabout.
Active?
Yes, active. Yes, okay. Active. I think the list is there. So that is the best way to create the job. And also, we also realize that in recent times, I think recently one of the UN agencies published something about what the future careers will look like. So there are courses that are becoming irrelevant. So I think in one of my articles, I recommended that the Ministry of Education and then the Ministry of the Labor and Youth, they should monitor some of these things and then try to change our curricula to go with the current, I mean, the jobs that are becoming more important. You understand? Especially with the ICT area, the artificial intelligence, and things that will propel Ghana. But this idea of everybody doing this as will not help us that much. And one other thing
but everybody as you are speaking good English, yes. Talk about economics, and you say you don't want you to go and do the same thing.
No, not necessarily that. I'm saying that we should have a cap to the accreditation, and we should start even those who have even given the accreditation, we should begin to review them. You understand? We should begin to review them. Say, look, we are giving you up to maybe 2-3 years. we want you to convert to technical education. Because new government has come out with this MVTI, the MVTI program. And we realize that government is developing all the vocational education units, schools in the country. Because we want to revive them to train our middle level manpower. All of us cannot be graduate. If you are all graduate and you all get to the office, who is going to be doing the middle level? We all cannot be managers. So that is the best way that we can, we can help with the employment. And government is also coming out with this incentive for entrepreneurship. As the finance minister said, we are beginning to realize that we must incentivize people to go and create their own jobs. Because you come out from the university, the public sector is a big choke, but we need the jobs. And so if you can go and set up ourselves, and I'm sure, and I think that our universities too should also look at their curriculum and look at teaching entrepreneurship, so that we come up from the university having that entrepreneurial skills and mind to be able to do things for ourselves. Because most of our universities, we come out with a degree and we struggle.
We're talking about, this is not a new thing, but a lot of people, you can see now, a lot of the youth have gone into entrepreneurial space. But the cost of credit is very expensive. If you look at our policy rate now, we're now 13.5. But if you check the list among the African countries, I think we are just 10 below the last one, which is very expensive compared to Togo. They are doing about 8.8%.
Yeah, the Francophone countries, they have,
yes.
Maybe Nigeria.
Yes, Nigeria
is about 10%.
10%.
Yeah.
So what do we do to make sure that we're able to, spike the interest by making sure we align these policies to drive the youth and get into that space too? All right, I think one of our correspondents is up there from Tema. Let's pick that one, then I come back to you. Michael, if you can hear me, you're welcome. Michael.
Okay. Good morning to you, wherever you are. Live from Tema Community 1. We are still engaging people on the budget situation, and I want to appreciate the solid team that is in the studio discussing currently the benchmark value. Here in Tema, the benchmark values are of very, very important concerns to them. And so yesterday when we spoke with the Importers and Exporters Association, they were of the view that it is very important for government to do a broader consultation when it comes to implementing the benchmark values. And I can tell you that yesterday, information I picked says that the AGI had an interaction with GASEM, and my sources in the in GASEM say that they are trying to make sure that they pull a paddle on the implementation of the the benchmark value, because you know that GASEM also imports clinker to affect them. Already prices of cement is high on the market, and so taking off those benchmark values are also going to affect in terms of prices. And so Tema here, the benchmark value is of a very major important concern to them. And so I'm currently at Tema Community 1, where I'll be engaging some drivers and finding out from them what their expectations are when it comes to the budget and what they want government to include or not to include in this particular budget. So I'll be having an interaction with some of them right now. They are here, all gathered here. And let me say this. It's on GTV. When I came here, the station was on GTV. Everybody is monitoring us. And so I want to first of all engage the station master to tell us something small. Good morning to you and welcome to GBC News. Yeah, can you tell us what are your expectations when it comes to the budget that is coming?
As for we drivers, we are particular concerned about the fuel, whether they will decrease it for it, because now the fuel is too high, and more or less You work the whole day. At the end of the day, you use your money all to go and buy food, and you take your hand, bare hand to a house. So now the work is hand to mouth. Hand to mouth. It's hard. It's hard. It's not easy at all. So we are pleading to the government that it should even reduce the fuel oil. We beg him. Yes, reduce the taxes. Look at the taxes on the fuel are too much. Something like dollar tax, COVID tax. Oh, please, just reduce it so that we can get something to feed our family. It's not easy for us at all. It's not easy at all. It's hand to mouth. Now, taxi or transport work is hand to mouth. So that is the content. It's hand to mouth, and it's a major concern to them. And we also want to find out. I say good morning to you and welcome to GBC. Thank you. Yeah, but what are your expectations and what are your concerns when it comes to the budget that is happening in some few hours? We have been looking to this issue for a long time. But every time government wants to reach budget, they come around as our views. But it seems their views doesn't get to the government. For instance, let's talk about the fuel. We are working with fuel. And then, but we are responsible men and women. We have to look after our children. You have to send your children to school. So at least self-contained. These things all is embedded in our work. But when you buy fuel and then when you make the whole day, you are getting around 200. You get around 150. You deduct your fuel cost. The one that is for the negotiation, that's nothing from the rest. So we are looking to the government to reduce the fuel tax. But when you reduce the fuel, you can get something. You wake up in the morning to feed even tonight. But after work, there's nothing to support the family. Oh, okay. If you have to the government, because we work well. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So for the drivers, it is the fuel that is an issue to them, and they want government to reduce the fuel. They are all here. They are waiting and expecting something good, good news from the budget that is coming. You want to share a thought with us? I'm also okay. What are your concerns? Okay. Indeed. When it comes to fuel issues, we don't want to create politics. Sure. I suppose worldwide we are facing this issue. It is with the exception of COVID-19. Therefore, drivers are suffering. Most of us don't like complaining. For that matter, we don't think something special about this issue. Actually, if you have seen taxi drivers now, we have competition from Bolt, Uber, and a whole lot of transport competition coming up. Therefore, taxi drivers need the government to do something about it. Yeah, what they call income taxes. And so take home money becomes something small. We are responsible for our parents. Therefore, thank you so much. And so, Mr. Nyako, as you can hear, it is just about reduction in the fuel prices, and that is their major concern. If you can see in your shot, I'm giving you the shot from the board. It's currently 6.90 on the Guelph filling station. So you can see that, and that is what they want government to do something urgent about when this particular budget is read. So we are at the Tema casino area, and activities is currently ongoing. Everybody is waiting to hear what government has to say when it comes to spending for the year 2022. When the budget is done, the reading is done, we will be in the Tema Harbor to also gauge the mood of the people, whether their expectations have been met or not. For now, I will hand over to studio to continue with the discussion. So we come back to you after the budget is read. So we also
sought the views of people in the port to find out whether their expectations have been met. Reporting for GBC News, my name is Michael Dewonu.
For that in-depth report there. So, Paul, we're talking about the issue of fuel. On the world market now, with Brent crude, $82 per barrel. We're entering winter, which is likely to cause a surge in the pricing because more fuel needs to be used, gas, and all on the heels of COP26, which they couldn't achieve the expected target of 1.5 degrees Celsius. Yeah. What should be done? Because on the global market, the price is going up. Down here, people are crying. You can see the passion with which the guy was talking about. Like goes home with almost nothing. And the competition from boats, Yango, and all those guys.
Yeah. With respect to fuel, I think taxes really account for a lot of the increase that we have experienced in recent times, all because government needs money. We can talk of the legacy debts which we need to pay, then the levy for sanitation and all that which have been imposed on fuel. And given the current circumstance in which we find ourselves and the limited government revenues, it is not expected that government will take the taxes that we have on fuel. Government revenues will step up and government can begin to cushion the public with some of the increases that will accrue to the government. Aside that, I think there is nothing government can do with regards to removing taxes on crude oil. So we'll continue to tighten our belts. And so
we've seen government taking some about 14 pesos, which was supposed to take effect, which hasn't taken effect yet.
Yeah.
And then we talk about the sanitation pollution, 10 pesos per liter. Then it did the COVID-19 health levy, and then national health insurance also went up by one percentage point, and then COVID-19 1 percentage point, and then we did the 10 pesos per liter. How do we make sure that these things are minimized and that the impact is the severe hardship that is being felt in the pockets of people are mitigated?
Wow. Well, I mean, this it's a very dicey situation, and it is all because of the limited revenue that government is able to take from the citizens, and also against government-owned projected program that they want to embark on. You see, we as Ghanaians, we have to decide, because government is forced to take the decision for us. Because if you look at in terms of our tax revenue, you know, like your colleagues were saying in Parliament, Ghana is doing lower as compared to our peers in West Africa. Yes, 32%. Exactly, and we are doing almost about 13-14% of the revenue. And some time ago, I did I mean, even from our budget, I did tracking of the contribution of Ghanaians to our tax revenue. The formal sector, you and I who are working in the formal sector, where the taxes are taken directly. What happens is that the formal sector contribute a large chunk. Because the formal sector consists of less than 20% of the entire adult population.
I will come back to you.
Yes.
I think we have our correspondent Mutala on the line from Tamale. Mutala, you're welcome.
Yeah, boss.
You're welcome, Mutala. Please go
All
ahead.
right, thank you very much. And we are coming to you live from the Central Business District of Tamale. And as you can see right in the background is the Tamale interchange, which has been under construction for nearly over a year now. The development here has sort of created some congestion within the Central Business District of Tamale, and it is one of the major concerns of residents of Tamale. They want to see the quick completion of this interchange, the one that highlighted in the budget, and it should be completed within schedule. We have had the Roads and Highways Minister in Tamale, and he has indicated to us that this project will be completed within the normal schedule, despite the delays that were occasioned by the COVID-19 virus. Within the metropolis, drivers are also concerned about the increasing price of fuel, and they want to see a reduction in the price of fuel. Let me try and see if I can get one of the drivers to talk to and get back to you on this one. So they have been complaining about the high cost of fuel within the transport industry, and they say it is affecting the transport industry greatly. Yesterday, I was with some farmers on the farm, and they are also concerned about agricultural inputs. They said despite the planting for food and job and other projects introduced by government, that is greatly impacting them in a positive way. They also want to see highlighted in the budget the subsidizing of agricultural machinery. As we speak, there's so much in the northern region in terms of rice that are matured, but they are waiting and looking for equipment to harvest their rice. We are still trying to get some drivers to talk to them, but like I indicated earlier, this is one of the major concerns of residents of Tamale, the completion of this interchange. It has created quite considerable congestion within the central business district, and residents want to see this completed on schedule so that it will ease congestion within the central business district and make life more comfortable for residents. We are trying to get some drivers to talk on the transport. All of them are shying away from camera, but let's keep on trying here. So if you've just joined us, we are coming to you live from Tamale. So there is an argument, as you see here. Everyone is avoiding the camera. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Do you mind, are you one of the drivers here? No, you are not ready. All right, thank you. So off camera, they will tell you that they have challenges when it comes to fuel, but they are not willing to talk. So, my brother, if you can join me here, you were telling me about the high cost of fuel that is affecting transportation, your drivers. So please, let's listen to you. Tell us where you drive from and what do you want to see in the budget?
Oh, I want to say about that very good about the fuel. I'm a driver from Boaga to Tamale. So the fuel always affects us. We are not getting anything from this. That's my man.
So what specifically do you want to see coming to about the fuel? What specifically do you want them to do?
About the tax, if we do the tax, I'm sure the fuel will come down.
All right. So this gentleman will want to see that fuel tax reduced. So fuel una is too much. Talk. Let's hear you. What exactly are your concerns as government reads the budget today? The finance minister reads the budget today. So what do you want to see? What do you want to hear from government? What are your expectations ahead of the budget? They should reduce fuel and increase salary. Are you a government worker? Yeah. Okay, what do you do? I'm a driver. You are a driver. Okay, so he wants to see an increase in salary and also a reduction in the price of.
By Monday to Friday, you don't get money and back where and wait.
All right, so you are also saying something here. Let's hear you.
For instance, what they call the trap, no passengers, there's no money in the system, just are parked over here.
All right. So that was Mutala Issa from Tamale giving us an update about the expectations of the people in Tamale. Now we go straight to Parliament. Our colleague Maurice Ogbete is standing by with a report from that place.
Like I indicated.
Maurice, you can hear me? Hello, Maurice.
2021 was a major year in which we needed to find a way of recovery, revitalizing the economy, like you said. So take an economy that was growing around 7%, dropped about 1%. So in the year after COVID, where have we been able to come to? The minister will provide that data where we've been able to come to. Take some of the data that is already available, trying to bring things like the inflationary curve down, as in the rate at which prices are increasing, bringing it down, about 15.3%, trying to bring it down. So where were we able to complete as at the end of the year?
I think that we're doing 11.1%.
Currently.
Currently, 11.1%.
Yes. So it will then tell you where we are currently, and then a projection as to where we will end the year. So in terms of specifically what we've been able to achieve, I think the biggest thing is that we have succeeded in protecting lives. Sometimes when you breathe oxygen, you take it for granted. But when you're in a place where there's no oxygen, then you see the value of oxygen. So in places where people were dying in the tens of thousands because of COVID, they may value it more when we say that we have protected lives.
So in this case, you're just trying to say, just as Angela Merkel said, that I mean, at this time where we're protecting lives, you don't want to talk about the deficits and the debts to GDP ratios.
Fiscal discipline suspended their fiscal discipline rules, like you just referred to. Sure. But the most important thing was that we were able to protect lives, we were able to protect livelihoods, and in 2021 we've seen an uptick in the Ghanaian economy. So today the public sector is recruiting. That's why you see a lot of young men and women who are trying to sign up for public service. You see the private sector is expanding. Growth of about average 7% as compared to 3.5% means expansion. You're going to see today in this budget very significant amount of money voted to support entrepreneurship. So I think if you look at the trajectory, we are revitalizing this economy. It's now time to quicken the pace at which
I'm talking about money is going to support entrepreneurs in this budget. Are we going to see money rolled out to banks so that they can offer patient capital for entrepreneurs to access, nurture their business, and also employ others? So what are we going to see in terms of the
one, you're going to see a policy decision by government that in addition to the public sector, which is creating more jobs in the public sector, in addition to the private sector expansion, which is creating more jobs in the private sector, we should put a significant amount of money behind financial institutions that support young entrepreneurs. So yes, banks, private equity companies, and places where young people can get money, programs where young people can get money and technical advice to build their business. But I think we must first recognize the policy decision that this is significant and this must be resourced. It's a major policy decision. And then secondly, the kind of resources that are being put in. If you compare to some of the amounts that have been voted in times past, I dare say will probably be the largest amount of money that is being put behind youth entrepreneurship since independence. But we have to quickly, instead of spending a debate on whether it's good or bad, because we all know it's good, we have to quickly move forward and focus on its implementation to ensure that it delivers value to
So I know that time is not on your side, but the debt situation is worrying. The international community, international investors are shying away from our bonds because of the debt situation. What's the finance minister going to do in terms of assuring them that we have a hand, we have a hold on our debt situation and our fiscal?
First of all, we should correct that narrative. They are not shying away from our bonds. They have priced our bonds a bit high because the risk of Ghana's bonds is higher. So our bonds have become a bit more expensive. And there are various reasons associated with it. In fact, even some argue that some of our social conversations are affecting people's social policy decisions on whether or not they want to exit investment in Ghanaian bonds or exit investing in Ghana. But that's a different argument. The real question is, what are we doing to bring debt to a sustainable level?
Sure.
Debt, and I see a lot of people focus on the CD denominated debt stock. And I always make the point that we will be misled. If the dollar is $1 one CD, if our total debt stock is $100 million, in CD terms it's 100 million CDs. Okay. If tomorrow morning is 1.5, the same $100 million is 150 million CDs.
Well, we can't say it any other way, apart from the CD denominated debt.
No, we can't, and I'll explain to you. So if you have a situation where you have somebody say, the debt stock was 100 million, now it's 150. You have borrowed 50. Show me what you have done for or with it. That person needs to be helped to understand that it doesn't work that way.
But it's also the duty of the government to have a hold on the forex rate so that that does not happen.
No, I'm saying we have to first correct the conversation.
Okay.
That a change in the CD-denominated nominal debt stock does not mean the government has borrowed. We say this thing over and over again, and children are listening to us, economic students are listening to us. We have to get it right. That a change in the CD-denominated debt stock does not mean that the government has borrowed. And that's why I've just cited this example, which is a matter of fact.
Okay.
Somebody can say, well, yes, the government has a role in stabilizing the currency. Absolutely. And so then the government will show you how stability, relatively as compared to previous times, has performed. You can get to that. But the first misinformation has to be corrected. That's my point. The second thing is that if you want to do debt analysis, that's why all over the world, they don't use local currency denominated debt as a benchmark of debt sustainability. They use the debt to GDP ratio. They use the deficit. They use the tax to GDP ratio. Those are the indices we have to look at.
Right.
So how are these indices performing? Take the deficit. We came to power and said deficit shouldn't go above 5% of GDP. And we did very well. In COVID, we went up to 11%. This budget, you see the minister show. So to answer your question, what are we doing about it?
Right.
He will show how he's bringing it back from 11% to 7.9. And the fiscal part, that brings it even further to about 6 and then back to 5. That is evidence that we are bringing down the rate of debt accumulation. He will also show qualitatively how he is stimulating or investing in the real sector, youth entrepreneurship, agriculture, industry. What does that do? What does that do? It will boost GDP. So the same debt compared to GDP will now show you a lower debt to GDP figure. He will show you how mobilizing tax is going up using digitization, etc. Why? So that you also begin to see that tax to GDP ratio is getting better.
Okay.
Those are the pieces of evidence that show that debt sustainability is being better managed. But if we base our argument that it was 124 and it's 300 and something now, so you have borrowed, it is not true, and we have to explain to our audiences.
But this conversation has been in the public domain
it doesn't make
for
it
some
right.
time,
It doesn't make it right.
for a very long time.
It doesn't make it right. The Supreme Court ruled that the fact that people could take people to commissions of inquiry and convert the report into a docket and prosecute them doesn't make it right.
Okay.
And you saw the Supreme Court deal with that. So the fact that people have been having this conversation for a while,
and some of you had this conversation.
Doesn't mean that no, I'm coming. The
Right.
fact that somebody has been having this conversation for doesn't mean that this conversation
is right.
Is right. We have to get it right and educate the public accordingly.
Looking at the state of the economy, are we going to see the minister pressing the austerity button in terms of achieving fiscal consolidation?
Rather, you're going to see the minister stimulating the real sector, investing more money, as I've mentioned, into entrepreneurship, into agriculture, into industry, in the real sector. So you will see qualitative consolidation, where we consolidate on the places where we think we should club on and put more money into the productive sector. Why? Because we want jobs, we want incomes for our people.
All right. So I mean, there's been this debate that the current economic situation we are in is largely attributed to COVID-19. I mean, there's one side that is having that. There's another side that says it is not COVID-19. The Ghanaian economy had worsened even before COVID-19.
So I'm just that I have to go back to the chamber. Don't even believe both sides.
Right.
Go and read those who say they want policy credibility from abroad. Go and read the Fitch ratings report that just came back. The Fitch ratings report that just came back says that the economy suffered for COVID. It is not a doubt. Look at how revenues did not perform, how we had to expend some more, borrow some more so that we could expend some more. And the Fitch report says quite clearly that the recovery is not even back up to where we should be recovering. And that if we do not quicken the rate of recovery, the economy cannot be restored to a certain level of robustness to withstand further shocks. How can anybody read this, my brother, and say that it's not true that the economy has suffered from COVID? You are wearing a mask. Your show has suffered from COVID. Even the job we do has suffered from COVID.
Sure.
Look at the market women. Look at people who have to do social distancing in their offices. Look at vaccines. We're having to spend a lot of resources on acquiring and vaccinating our people. How can anybody look at all of this evidence in the face and say that it's not true? Anybody who does that is just trying to wish away the realities so that maybe he can gain some political advantage. But I think all of us can be in our minds that COVID has had a severe impact on the global economy. Ghana, no doubt. Ghana is recovering, and we need to pump some more money into the key places that will speed up.
Which side of the argument will the finance minister be taking in terms of the benchmark value conversation that has emerged in the last couple of weeks? Are we going to see the minister heeding to the call by AGI to withdraw some items from enjoying that privilege, or will go ahead to sustain that policy?
Benchmark valuation discounting was introduced to make cost of importation cheaper. But we have found out that there are some products that we produce here in Ghana that do not require us to discount the taxes on their import competitors. So take chicken. We produce chicken here in Ghana.
Right.
Why should we discount the taxes on the importation of chicken? If you have a market of $300 million, for example, for rice and chicken, it means two things. There's market for rice and chicken in this country, $300 million. You and I, when we buy check, or watch and all of that, it comes together to maybe make about $300 million. Right. So that market, we have it. Nobody's taking that market away. Number two, there are dealers or importers who have $300 million to buy rice and chicken and sell to the market. Nobody's taking their work from them. The only problem is that they're buying it from Brazil and Thailand. So they are creating jobs in Brazil and Thailand, while your brother and my brother, your sister, complain of unemployment here in Ghana.
So maybe ask your own question. Why did you reduce?
What informed
the decision?
To make the cost of importation cheaper. And for every policy measure, you introduce it and you observe if some parts of it have to be amended. So you've introduced it, you've had an opportunity to observe that when it comes to about 32 particular items, we take the thousands of items we import into this country on a daily basis. We import lights. The benchmark valuation discounting or something like lights will not be affected by this. But something like chicken that we produce here in Ghana, should we continue to discount the taxes on the importation of chicken? Should we continue to discount the taxes on the importation of rice?
Right.
On, let's say, fruit juice? These are the policy considerations that the government must take. And when you take them, the effect is that local jobs will be created. And that's why...
Are we going to see new taxes in the budget? Increase in the rates?
You see old... No, I don't think you see increase in rates. You see old taxes being efficiently applied. You will see...
Reintroduced?
No, I don't think so. Old taxes that are there, but getting some more compliance. I think in one instance, you will see one tax or one levy removed.
And another
introduced.
Substitution.
So substitution is not more. More is plus one. When you have 11 players on the field, when you say more, that means you've added one. Okay. If you substitute, you take out number 9 and bring in.
Thank you. Let's take off.
So
thank you so much.
Coach Nkrumah there has been helping us of the direction of the budget that will be presented shortly. Morris, you heard a lot about him. Very lastly, he said there's going to be a substitution.
Sure. I have been expecting. I mean, that's my expectation. I mean, the finance minister, if you look at his budgets from 2017 to now, he has a very special skill of engineering the budget. You know, taking one tax from here and bringing another one. You know, you may not feel the pinch, but some way, subtly, he's introduced a new tax.
And so I think that will be to the disappointment of many in the business community who have been calling for some taxes to be taken off, specifically in the case of fuel. We've seen a lot of calls from operators of, transport operators who are asking that some of the taxes on the price build-up should be taken off, even though I disagree with that call, since the relief they are seeking is for fuel price to come down, and that is not going to grant them that as a result of the rising energy prices.
Honestly, I struggle to understand why you don't believe that when those levies, margins, and taxes are reduced, we're not going to see a slight reduction in fuel prices.
So if you look at where we started, 2021, the price of let's say petrol or diesel per liter, and to now you see some increase of about 2 cedis, and the entire taxes on the price build-up is 2 cedi 43 pesos.
Sure.
So if within the space of 10 months, fuel price has increased by an amount of 2 cedis,
and government decides to take off the 2 cities for 3%. It's just a matter of time.
Right. So somewhere in 2011,
So that was my colleagues Maurice Ogbete and Abdulrahman Sani in Parliament talking to the Information Minister, Mr. Kojo Nkrumah. Now we're going straight to Bolga to talk to our correspondent, Samuel Ayama, about expectations of the people in Bolga. And he spoke earlier, we had engagement, and he was talking about the fact that rice farmers are expecting a bumper harvest, but they don't have combined harvesters, and that is affecting the production of rice, and it's likely to even affect pricing. Samuel, you're welcome.
And also in terms of supporting entrepreneurs in the country.
Hello, Samuel.
Has been dominant in the discussion in the last couple of weeks. So we'll be taking the perspective of Honorable Murtala Mohammed. Thank you so much, comrade.
welcome to our makeshift studio here at Parliament House. But why is the minister not around yet? The time was 10 a.m.
First and foremost, this has never happened. At least I was in the C Parliament, and I witnessed at least 8 budgets being read. 4 budgets and 4 mid-year budgets being read in this house. This year I witnessed 2 budgets being read, 2021 budget and the mid-year budget. We have never witnessed this. The official communication was that we're going to have this budget read at 10 o'clock. Is it a case of what we all know? We all know that the minister is not that well, and it's not a crime to be unwell. That's not what I'm suggesting. Couldn't they have someone to do that? Or is it a case of a last-minute changes because of the impending agitations of labor unions and other organized bodies? You know, GUTA have indicated and signaled they may demonstrate. AGI have done same. Pharmaceutical companies have done same. You have industries. Almost everybody is raising concern.
Honorable, raising the issue of GUTA and AGI, where do you stand in this conversation of GUTA calling for the benchmark value policy to be maintained, and AGI also with the intent of supporting local industries to grow, that this should be suspended?
I've been a deputy minister for trade and industries before, and I'm also a member on the trade committee in Parliament. Clearly it tells you the level of the incompetence of this government, because as at the Ministry of Trade, and if you ask the GUTA and their leadership, I had an open door policy with them. We engaged them in every single policy decision we wanted to take. And I believe that if the ministry had done that between AGI, GUTA, and the government, these issues wouldn't have happened. But let's look at the issues for which reason the benchmark values are going to be removed. And for the want of time, I just want to take the middle one. That government has not been able to generate so much as a result because of what? The imposition of those taxes. They imposed them and they didn't generate so much. But the question is that in 2019, the entire year, our ports were dormant because of COVID. A government that has blamed everything on COVID, including a miscarriage of a woman, is now telling us that yes, we are going to take it off because we didn't generate money. You don't need rocket scientists to tell you that you couldn't generate because of the COVID. And I can bet my last penny. In this particular budget, they will blame everything on COVID. They will blame even a petty thievery on the street of
COVID-19
on COVID. The reason why COVID should not be a justification for the inept and the incompetence and the corruption of this government is that COVID didn't hit only Ghana. COVID hit Ghana just as it hit Ivory Coast, Burkina Faso, Togo. In fact, more than it hit us. They lost more people than we have lost. None of them went to the IMF, to the World Bank for $2 billion loan. None of them went to the IMF for $100 million grant. None of them dipped their hands into established funds, such as the heritage funds and others for the purposes of COVID. And they did better. Some of them even paid rents since for example, they pay rents of their citizens. What did they do with the money? So that is the reason why we have repeatedly said, and we say it strongly, that you should not use COVID as a basis.
But Honorable,
before went in for more money. Nobody knows how.
Before COVID hit, Honorable, in 2019, this economy had grew some 7.8%.
Please hold on.
And that was after a 3.5% growth in 2016 when you left off.
You see, state the facts as they are. The IMF had predicted that our economy was going to grow that from 2017 going. The IMF had predicted because of the measures we put in place that the economy was going to grow that. This government official communication that they generated more revenue in 2019 than in 2018 in COVID year. So how about that? If you want to blame everything on COVID, yet COVID year, your official communication to the people of this country, that we generated more money in COVID year 2019 than in 2018. Yes. So I'm saying that those explanations are nothing but a pact of lies. We live in a country where government repeatedly is misinforming the people of this country. That planting for food and jobs, they have created 150,000 jobs. Is that not what they told us? The minister could not provide a scintilla of evidence how they came by that figure. We're also told that NAPCO, they have created about 100,000 jobs. These are nothing but pact of lies because it's very clear. Look at NAPCO. And I am shocked that you journalists are not doing that simple investigation. Governments are run based on decisions taken by all of us. A government cannot spend a dime except that dime is approved by Parliament. Is that not the case?
Sure.
NAPCO, they started implementing it in 2018. The budget line for NAPCO in 2018 was 400 million. Go and check the 2018 budget statement. And that 400 million included setting up of regional offices and district offices. I have been the deputy national coordinator of NYEP before, and I can tell you that you need not less than $200 million to set up those regional and district offices across the country. Now, when they said that, now 2019, they then told us that they engaged 100,000 people with NAPCO, and each of the beneficiary was paid 700 Ghana cedis. Is that not the case?
Sure.
Multiply 700 by 100,000, it will give you 70 million a month. Multiply 17 million by 12 a year, that will give you 840 million. When I challenged them and I said 400 million you had in the budget line, which included setting up offices, how can you tell me that you are spending 700 Ghana cedis on each beneficiary? That should amount to 840 million on allowances of beneficiaries alone. You know what they told me? Oh, don't worry, it could be captured in the mid-year budget. Go and read the 2008 mid-year budget. NAPCO was not mentioned. That figure 100,000 is nothing but a pact of lies. It is not true.
It's not just the job of journalists. As members of parliament on the
I have been raising this issue, and I've told you even when I was in parliament, this issue have been raised. And in fact, when the 2021 budget was presented in my contribution in parliament, when I called for a total rejection of that budget, I raised this issue. But I am saying, if I raise it,
you get the support of your side, the leadership of your side.
You see, we live in a country, whatever we say, it became a political football field. That when you raise it, but when you have journalists raising it, people will begin to appreciate it. I am saying that 100,000 figure is nothing but a pact of lies. Right. Now, how can you create 100,000 jobs under food, planting for food, create 100,000 jobs under NAPCO, yet unemployment rate is increasing? But let me make this point. You have a minister for agri, perhaps who just descended from Jupiter, is telling all of us the prices of food items are not increasing. Be sincere with me, journalists. At the bowl of kenke you buy, has it increased or not? It hasn't only increased. The size has shrunk. The size, look, I'm a farmer. I had a poultry farm. I have rare animals. I engage in cereal cropping. My poultry farm is collapsed. The reason is that I could no longer take care of the birds because the feed is produced from maize. But it's not just me, alhamdulillah. I have a privilege that I can earn some income somewhere.
Right.
But there are people whose entire livelihood depends on those things. It's gone.
Right.
Yet this minister, look, in Tamale, I grew up in Tamale. I have never in my young age witnessed a bag of maize sold at 200 Ghana cedis. This year, a bag of maize was sold in Tamale 400 and more. Even with this harvesting season.
Is it not because of the drought we saw in the southern part of the last year? I followed up on that issue.
Hold on. I beg you. You are too smart for this. Another gargantuan lie. Over 80% of the cereal we produce in this country is produced from the northern belt. From the northern belt. Was there any drought in the north? The minister said that because of the drought in the south. Does the south produce cereals? What percentage of cereals do they produce in the south? And these are the questions I expect you journalists to ask. Right. The minister said that because of the drought in the south, over 80% of the cereals in this country are produced from the northern belt, from Kumasi downwards. I was on a program with another MPP, incompetent communicator, and he says the South, and he thinks that Ashanti in Brown, he said Techima is South. Techima is not. The northern belt produced over 80% of the cereals in this country. There was no drought there. So if there was drought in the southern part of the country, there is no way it could affect the production of cereals. That is a lie.
Right. Coming back to the budget, what's the expectation of the minority as the minister presents the budget?
Well, I expect the final announcement of the ordinary Ghanaian worker. I expect a final announcement of
what is a funeral announcement?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
I'll tell you. The budget is going to kill us the more. It is going to...
Including yourself?
Yeah, everybody. As a final announcement of the citizens of this country, I expect a final announcement of Guta and its members, final announcement of industries, final announcement of importers and exporters. There is nothing hopeful. And the Minister for Information, I just saw him having, and he indicated that taxes are going to go high.
No, he said they're going to substitute.
He said there's going to be a
substitute. They're going to take some taxes off.
One tax will be taken off,
and brought
another will be introduced.
Right.
But what's the essence of that? Hold on.
Right.
He says substitutes. We are crying over the taxes today. And the minister says you are going to substitute. That nothing has changed.
In all honesty, looking at the state of the economy and the fact that revenue streams have dried up, the revenue is not performing.
Why have they dried up? Why?
Partly because of COVID-19 and the fact
please,
allow me, if I can make the point.
Okay.
Partly because of COVID-19 and also the fact that the Ghana Revenue Authority has not been able to collect enough taxes.
So whose responsibility is it to collect taxes? Is it not the government? So they were able to collect more taxes in 2019 and boasted about it. The Ghana Revenue Authority have indicated that they always meet their targets under this government. They have told us that. They have. And we have not descended from Jupiter like the Minister for Agri. They have told us that. Now, if assuming without admitting you didn't even hear them, 2019, they claimed officially that they have generated more revenue. COVID year.
COVID year 2020.
2019, 2020. Why? COVID started in 2020. They generated more revenue. So why would COVID ease in and they are not generating more? If indeed they are not generating more,
the target had been elevated.
I'm saying that why? The target has been elevated because the economy too has expanded. The target has been elevated because we have discovered more oil wells. The targets have been elevated because prices of gold have gone up. The targets have been elevated because prices of cocoa has gone up.
That's domestic revenue.
No, it doesn't matter. We are talking about the entire revenue of the state.
All right.
Why? Domestic revenue didn't affect only, COVID didn't affect only external revenue. In fact, they affected more. Okay. And when we are talking about domestic revenue, the economy, they claim, is growing. Oil prices have gone up. We are a net producer of oil now. Is that not it? Cocoa prices have gone up. Look,
oil prices, is it not largely because of the external factors? We are seeing prices of crude on the international market going up.
Do we care whether external factors? Our interest is that they've gone up.
Right, Honorable. So
that's our interest.
We're wrapping up.
Whether the reason why they have gone up is not the issue.
We'll wrap up on this interview. But
so
clearly,
this idea of COVID, they shouldn't blame everything.
Clearly, the economy is not in good shape.
Already hold on. The 2017 growth was already projected by
the executed by this
government. Hold on, they didn't execute. You see, when they project based on policy interventions.
Yes.
So those policy interventions themselves were execution by the previous administration. And in any case, there are things to show. What can you show with over $300 billion growth? What can you show?
Right. So in case
2018, will you attribute the growth of the economy to what the NDC did in 2016?
But the IMF,
they've been in charge of the economy for 2 years.
Please, the IMF had projected that because NDC had done ABC, the economy is going to grow this way. Government's budget, they are going to have projections. So you can attribute it to what the NDC did. After that, what happens?
Right.
It's a downward sprawl. It's a disaster.
Right. So can you profess some solutions? I mean, if your government was in power at this critical moment, if you are the finance minister.
First and foremost, the size of the NDC government wouldn't be as it is. And indeed, it wasn't like this. Imagine the amount of money we spend on some of the things. If the NDC was in power, President Mahama wouldn't be taking private jets that ensures his comfort, where he can bath in the jet, see the Minister for Defense. These are not my words. And even when people cried and raised concern, the president doubled down. He continuously, rent private jets, and you can imagine the amount of money being spent. If the NDC was in power, the corruption, the outright thievery, the daylight. You have a senior minister who said that the job space was was occupied, was full, they could no longer engage people. Yet he found space to engage his two sons in a more lucrative positions. That is the difference. All these problems we are facing is attributed to one thing, and that one thing is the ineptitudeness of this government.
Right. Thank you very much.
And I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Right.
Okay. A lady should be doing this.
Right. So that was.
So that was Maurice Ogbete and Abdul Rahman Sani in Parliament. We're still on the fuel issues because it's still coming up. Whether we should take away some of the levies. We had 10 pesos sanitation pollution levy per litre. We were talking about that, then we connected to our correspondent across the country.
Yes, I think from what we have heard from them, everybody wants the government to do something about the fuel, especially the taxes on the fuel. And as I was saying before we went on a break, it's a very dicey issue. And it depends on how you want to look at it. It's a choice that we have to make as a people, or government has to make that choice for us. You see, when you have a country where the informal sector, which is almost about 80% of the total population, contribute very minimal to the tax kit, then those in the formal sector are always forced to I mean, they bear the brunt of all the burden of taxes. And so sometimes government are forced to find a way of also getting the taxes indirectly from the informal sector. Because you and I are formal workers, so by the end of the month, even before we get our salaries, our taxes will have been taken out. But there are people in the informal sector who are having houses, both commercial and residential, they rent them out, take millions of cedis and dollars. By the end of the day, they pay nothing. We have people at the market area whose turnover sometimes are over 500 or even sometimes over 1 million, but they pay little. But all of us are shouting at the all, look, we need rules, we need this, we need that. So how does government meet that? Listen. So sometimes where you have that difficulty of raising taxes from the informal sector, the only option left for you is to put it in consumption. So, like in the petrol, everybody will take it, even if you don't have a car, but you take trotro. And so these are things that comes readily to government.
But I will come back to you. Our correspondent Samwayama from Boga is on the line.
Okay.
But you know, this issue of informal sector,
yeah,
I think it's not rocket science. We've been on this for ages. That a few are bearing the brunt of taxation.
Yes.
But nothing is being
Look,
done. We're not
when I give you the statistics,
measures.
When I give you the statistics between the formal and the informal sector, you'll be shocked.
Right.
When we come
I'll
back,
come back to let's go to Boga. Sawayama, you're welcome. Samuel, you're talking to me about the...
Okay, thank you very much. Here in the Upper East region, expectations are very high here in the region. As we speak, the residents, we've interacted with many of them here, and what they have been asking for has to do with the roads construction. They want to hear the president or the finance minister talk about they're making money available for the construction of most of the roads here in the region. And again, too, the tunnel, the investment made by government is yielding positive results. The farmers there are expecting a bumper harvest this year. So we have some of the residents here who want to speak with us. Welcome to GBC News.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's hear from you. What do you make of these budget? What is your expectations?
Yeah, my expectation is I want to hear something about what government is doing to improve upon mental health care delivery in the country. For over the years, mental health has been neglected, and investment on mental health is not something good to write home about. Many people suffer from mental health conditions. When they visit the health facilities, they don't have medications. So it has been a big challenge to them, and I would like to hear something about what government is doing to improve upon investment in mental health, especially the mental health fund that the Mental Health Act that was established in 2012 spoke about. Government is supposed to establish a mental health fund that will take care of mental health care in the country, which is not happening. So we want to hear something about that.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. I also have a sister here. Also, tell us your name. What is your expectations? What are you expecting in the budget?
Thank you. My name is Achara Woke. I'm expecting employment. Though government have made us to understand that public sector is full, but I think there are so many ways of killing the cat. You can create more factories so that we, the youth, will get the opportunity to be employed. The hardship is too much. Even nowadays, ladies find it difficult to get husbands. If you meet a man today, the first thing he will ask you is, where are you working or what do you do for a living? So it's not easy for us. We are paying high school fees. You will come out and there will be nothing for you to do. Okay. So I think government should look at that for us then.
Okay. So also tell us what do you expect from government?
Yes, for me, my expectation is that at least if they can create more factories. And some of the factories are just things that raw materials are found within our localities. For example, let's say this green grass we see ourselves everywhere, scattered everywhere, can be converted into charcoal making, can be converted in storing for dry season animals to graze on. There are simple machines that we don't need a huge giant factory. Just for example, I always say that pure water manufacturers, it's a small factory, but at least it takes care of a lot of people. But there's no need to build a giant factory to employ more people. But you give them petty ones or small machines, then they'll use it to improve upon themselves, and then it go a long way to help us. Okay. Yes, especially we from the north here.
Okay. Thank you very much. You've heard the residents telling us some of the things they want government to do. But here in the Upper East region in particular, most of the road network are very, very bad. And again, when you move to the Tono irrigation project, most of the farmers, they are asking government to construct some platforms to enable them dry their rice, because the investment made by government in the rehabilitation of the project is seriously yielding positive results, because the farmers are anticipating or are expecting a bumper harvest this year. So we will keep on monitoring the budget and also talk to the residents and then come up with their views or whether their expectations have been met after the budget is being read.
Let's come back to the studios, and we'll pick a soundbite from AGI and Guta about their banter as to why benchmark value should be maintained or it should be removed. Let's pick that soundbite, and then Habib, I'll come back to you.
We should be very much surprised if the government succumbs to this treacherous and diabolic request of the AGI, who are trying to lobby against this most acceptable flagship policy of the government to destroy the distribution sector of the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, the irony, hypocrisy, and absurdity here is that while the AGI is calling for the abolishment of the 50% reduction of the benchmark value policy for the trading community, they are, on the other hand, trying, crying, and pleading with the government to maintain the same 50% benchmark value reduction for their imports. Members of the press, you can clearly see the double standards here. In effect, what the AGI is telling the government is that their goods are very expensive as compared to that of their competitors in the other parts of the world, and that the government should surcharge the people of Ghana with high import duties to bridge their extortionist prices, which have come about as a result of their own inefficiency and total lack of understanding of modern technology in manufacturing. We hereby want to hope when
the impact of this benchmark value introduction has been very negative for industry. Here we are talking about job creation. I'm surprised at the way GUTA members are talking. They don't seem to get the issues right. We are talking about growing our manufacturing sector so we can also export to other countries. What the benchmark value did was that it reduced the cost of import. And once you do so, you make the import less expensive, and therefore local companies are put at a disadvantaged position. So we said this was not good. However, government didn't listen to us at the time, so we accepted it. But we monitored the development. And what is happening? A lot of our companies whose goods are similar to those that are imported under the benchmark value reduction are experiencing decline in volumes of business. They are experiencing decline in number of employees. They are reducing investment in all these areas, and it's affecting businesses.
Welcome back. We now go to Abossey-Okai to hook up with our correspondent Joseph Yoyowa at Abossey-Okai to let us have a feel of what the spare part dealers are expecting. Hello, Joseph.
We are currently live at the Abossey-Okai market in Accra, Ghana's automobile spare parts hub. And in some few minutes, the Finance Minister, Ken Ofori-Atta, will be presenting the 2022 budget to Parliament. Now, what this means for traders here at the Abossey-Okai market is generally concerned with import levies and benchmark values, which has grown some controversies in the media space for some time now. We are here to sort out views and expectations of traders at the Abossey-Okai market to what they expect in the 2022 budget. So to do this with me, we have Mr. Eric, who is the PRO for the Abossey-Okai Spare Parts Union. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir, and thanks for having me.
Okay. Sir, what expectations to the 2022 budget is yet to be presented to Parliament just this afternoon? What do you expect from government?
Well, I think that as a businessman and a Ghanaian, it's obvious that we all expect certain conditions and certain statements to be made. Of course, not just a statement, but a statement which will be earmarked for an implementation. And among them, I think that is for the government also to help eradicate or remove all the nuisance taxes, imports, and other nuisance taxes that are in the system, especially on those that are on fuel. Yeah.
The AGI, that's the Association of Ghana Industries, made a petition. They petitioned government to scrap drastically drained the efforts of local manufacturers. The fact that the and for a review of this benchmark levy. What do you think about this petition?
I think that, the reduction of the import duty vis-a-vis by the 50% benchmark value that was reduced on imports didn't come from the blue. It's something that we fought. Freights are high. Even the cost of doing business itself is also high. So we, the business community, is what the government should our way for us to be able to sustain and sustain our business from collapsing. So the benchmark value was in a good sense of we doing business, in the sense that we can bring in goods, have some discounts, i.e. on duties and other charges, so that the Ghanaian community and the Ghanaians as a whole can also be able to buy goods and be okay with it.
Okay, the AGI is also saying that even though importers add on more prices to their goods which were imported, that's not the case. They say even though the benchmark value has been there since 2019, prices of goods keep on increasing astronomically. Is that the case?
That's not the case at all. The case. We all know that before a businessman prices his goods, there are certain factors that he considers. We all know that one, rates on loans are high. The dollar is also going up. Freight charges are also going up. We were also hit with the COVID, which also reduced productions in our sources where we bring our goods in. There are so many factors that came into being, of course, all right, that also inform us in our pricing. So when they say that the 50 for us to reduce prices, all right, but here is the case that other factors has also make it impossible for us. Though the prices was reduced, but gradually it is just going up a bit. But that's notwithstanding, it's something that some we business are trying to absorb it. And let me tell you, if this value is taken off, things will be worse than this. As a matter of this. So, I suggest and I pray to the government that he shouldn't heed to what the AGI is saying, because the end result is the Ghanaian, for him to buy and then be satisfied.
Okay, would be well if the 50% benchmark value is scrapped. That's what as traders in Abosokai are saying. Automobile industry and the likes of steel, VW, now manufacturing cars in Ghana, to traders at Abosokai. How are you receiving news?
That we were very happy companies to come in, because that engagement that members or the executive in Abosokai was also called to also make their points mobile company into broadcast. They are and then in the past, and then we saw the parts. For them producing the cards here, we have no problem at all with it.
Okay. Thanks very much. We'll now also seek the expectations of other traders who are also here at the Abosokai market. You are live with us. Don't go away.
That's our correspondent Joseph Yoyowa at Aboso Kind, a hub of spare parts dealers in Ghana in particular. Now, Habib, I was talking about the fact that it's not rocket science. We're talking about 80% of the working community in Ghana don't pay taxes.
Yeah.
They find themselves in the informal bracket. And we talk about this over and over and over again. Nothing has been done.
Yes.
So are we blaming the
No, nothing was being done in the past, but something is being done now. So let's
do you have figures to
let's put it in context.
Okay.
Now, and also for just to let people understand it in better perspective or in better context, why government sometimes is successful government have always relied on taxes on fuel, because you have this huge chunk of Ghanaians not paying the taxes. Though they are earning, they are market women, they have houses, they rent, they do a lot of, but they don't pay. So government was forced to, or has always been forced to put in the consumption tax, which is the fuel. And I'll give you the statistics. If you look at 2016, even before that, you realize that when this Ghana, the NI card, we received the NI card, we've now realized that from the GRA records, initially almost about 1.2 million people were paying taxes in Ghana. But after the NI card, now that has been issued and we know those who are covered of the paper, almost about 15.2. So that means that out of the 15.2, only 1.2 of Ghanaians were paying taxes.
40 million.
And let me give you the statistics. If you look at 2016, in terms of the formal sector, we're doing about, whilst the formal sector was paying about 3.5 billion, the informal sector, Ghana was only getting about 237,000. Cedis from the informal sector.
As taxes?
As taxes. That's almost about 15 times what the formal sector is doing. Let me even bring it to the recent figures. Let's look at 2019. The formal sector contributes about 7.2 billion as at 2019 budget, 7.2 billion against 418,000. So the 1.2 million of us, we are paying in our taxes almost about 7.2 billion in the formal against 418,000. That's almost 17 times what we are doing against the 14. And that's run across to even 2021. The expectation is that the formal sector will still do 17 times that. 17 times what the informal, the 80%, almost about 14 million, are supposed to do against the 1.2.
So that's why I said that has been done.
So now,
because we've known this ages.
Yes. So now we have formalized the economy. We have the NI card. Don't you hear the, well, I hope they won't take me to court. The lawyers, when they say budget, they were not paying. Now they are run after GRA to register their companies and make sure that they pay their taxes. Now, we have through the census, we're able to identify the structures, almost about 10.7 million structure, and for which about 8 million thereabout, it's about those brick and mortar. Now, through the census, we put the QR codes on them. So we cannot identify them. Now that we cannot identify them, so at the end of the year, we expect the GRA, and we have also been constrained by the law, because the law says that only the local assemblies can take the property rate and those.
And which they are not doing. Even if
they don't have the capacity to do that.
Even if they have the capacity, yes, it just goes in someone's pocket, which I'm privy to.
Yes, because it was not formalized. Now we have it in our data system. The GRA should have it in the data system. At the end of the year, we expect that every structure in Ghana, you should either come and pay. You expect to get property tax from you, and if it is residential, you are renting it, and it's not owner occupied, we expect to get the rent taxes from that as well. So the data is there. So we are getting somewhere. So I'm sure that with what we are getting, if you are able to raise a lot of resources from all these variety of the various sources, government will definitely reduce the taxes on the fuel. But as it stands now, we have government spending over 2 billion on school feeding and on free SHS. School feeding has been over 3 million people are now on school feeding. Government is doing a whole lot of things because of the envelope of tax income that it receives. Now workers are on arms asking government for more, for increases in salaries.
Yes, because we hit hard by COVID.
People are saying that Guta are saying that government should not reverse the benchmark. That means that we're not going to get the resources, the income from that, the taxes from that. Now we have I mentioned the workers are also looking for increase in salary. where does government get all this? So government has to find a way of meeting everybody's one way or the other. And that is why, and because for now, as we stand now, majority of them are still not paying the taxes. But if you go and if you join a trotro, if you have a car and you buy the fuel, definitely you pay.
That's why I said this is a lazy way of doing it.
It's not lazy, no, where the circumstances force us to do that. But now we are formalizing the economy.
I'm still asking,
yes.
Habib, we now have the data.
Yes.
I want to see in the upcoming budget that's going to present this afternoon that even if at least 8.2 million structures, if each person even pay 50 Ghana cedis as property rate, and it's going to the national kitty, I mean, it's. But I hope that this time it's not going to be through the assemblies.
No, that is what I'm saying. That you see, we have also been constrained by the law, because if you go and ask someone to pay,
but the law is we made a law
exactly. So that's what I'm saying. That there are other consequential matters that have to be happen before. We need to amend the law, probably to get a central body, GRA or any central body to do that. And let me give you one experience we had in Morocco when we went for under the National Public Sector Reform Strategy. We went for some study tour in Morocco, and what we realized is that in Morocco, the equivalent of the land commission is the biggest contributor to the economy because of property and then property-related taxes. It's the biggest contributor to the economy, the equivalent of land commission.
So we know all these, but still as a country we not do anything.
Because we didn't formalize that. Now we have formalized it. We didn't have the structures now. Now we have the structures. The law also requires that there should be valuation on those structures. You understand? So first of all, we have to amend the law to ensure that we have a central body that will take care of that. And then secondly, we probably have to put in a transitional period where we say that, look, we will not be able to do valuation of all the 8-point-something million structures. So what we'll probably do is that in the transitional period,
let's start from Accra.
Let's start from so let's take it, if you're in East Legon,
and
you have maybe a minimum. That's it. A minimum come and pay 5 million.
All right.
If you're in this area, so when we are able to do that, I'm sure after the transitional period, we'll amend all the laws and then we'll get it. Yeah.
Paul, looking at the experience in Italy, which are some of the areas that we need to look at and make sure that we are able to bridge this gap of revenue deficit and that we are always confronted with?
Yeah, as we are faced with the situation now, clearly we have overexploited the formal sector, and there is no way out to increase government tax revenues from the formal sector. We need to focus on the informal sector now. We are talking of digitization, but I think beyond digitization and identification will help us to identify the people. But beyond that, we need the machinery to go after them, for them to pay the taxes. If you just identify somebody, the person is living at Kasua, living at this place, and you don't have the system in place, or even the system is weak, it's not efficient, you have loopholes in the system, people will go and collect the monies, but the monies will not get to the government coffers.
What is happening at these assemblies?
Sure. So with the digitization, what I'm looking out for is a system where people can sit in the comfort of their rooms and even pay property taxes. And we will have systems to go after them to make sure that those who refuse to pay are punished. But those who will probably go after them should not be the people collecting the monies. The money should be sent to a central point, but we have officers who go after these people to make sure that they are paying what they have to pay. And I think areas we have to focus on rent taxes. In Accra, for instance, now an average 2-bedroom self-contained or 1-bedroom self-contained chamber and hall goes for around 800, 700 Ghana cedis in Dansoman, North Carnation, and areas like that. In some areas, it's as high as 1,000, 1,001 and over. People are taking these monies, they are not paying taxes. Assuming these people are paying even 10% taxes. If somebody takes 1,000 Ghana a month, then 100 Ghana is supposed to come to the government. And we can realize so much revenues from rent taxes alone. Then property taxes. You mentioned the case of Italy and Europe in general. People pay property taxes per unit of space that you occupy. So even the land that you occupy, every year you have to pay taxes on it per unit of the number of meters that you occupy. And I think we can begin to do that. We have to get a system that will value these properties. And those with mansions, the luxurious buildings, should pay more. It should be progressive, such that if somebody has a mad house, you probably will not go and worry that person, because he even needs some money to fix the house itself. But for people living in mansions in East Legon and some of our luxurious areas, Soman and some of these average areas, we can go after them and get them to pay property taxes based on the space that they occupy. And then one other area is the case of artisans, which we discussed the last time. We have a lot of these masons, carpenters, electricians who are making a lot of money.
A lot of money.
A lot of money.
A lot of money.
A lot of money. Now, if they do the wiring for a 3-bedroom self-contained, they take up to 5,000. Some are quoting 6,000.
Yeah.
They take this money, as though they are paying 6%, 10%. That is 600 Ghana cedis.
You don't pay anything.
But I think comes to the government. Meanwhile,
and even in certain, most of them are even from, especially when it comes to POP and the tiling.
Yeah.
They are not Ghanaians.
Yeah. Togolese.
Yes.
The one who did mine was a Togolese.
Yes.
The POP. I paid so much, but nothing was taken in terms of about 7,000. Yeah, no, almost 8,000, 7,800 for a 3-bedroom self-contained. He took that money, he didn't pay taxes. No, and he's gone.
And he's not Ghanaian, and he's gone. Back home, he couldn't do that.
He's gone. He's gone. So we should have the systems in place to go after these people. And I've talked about licensing these people, the masons, the electricians, the POP guys, and all that. There should be a licensing system which is renewable every year. And before you can renew, you should submit your tax returns. If we can do that, we can be able to rake in a lot of revenues from the artisans in particular. Then there should also be incentives. I spoke about the case of Italy, for instance. If you consistently pay your taxes and for any reason you are incapacitated, government comes in to rebate part of the taxes that you have paid for you to be able to survive within a year or two to get back on track. If we can put in place such incentives, I think that will also encourage people to go pay their taxes. Because people walk to tax offices to pay their taxes because they know what is what is in it for them, the benefit that they get, aside the social services and infrastructure that government provides. So if we can begin to do that, I think we can be able to raise so much from rent taxes, property taxes, and also from the artisans. And then we go to the market women at Makola and other places who are making about 500 Ghana cedis a day profit. Some make much more. They are also not paying taxes. We need to have a system that goes after some of these people to also pay taxes. If we're able to do that, I think we can close our revenue.
We'll wrap up for now. I think we're going straight to Parliament for the great news and big news. The Speaker is set for the showdown of Ghana's first post-COVID-19 budget. So much expectation. Let's listen to the Finance Minister as what he wants for us.
Honorable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and our good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, I am reliably informed that all communications from His Excellency the President has already been delivered by my able deputy speakers. And so we move on to item 3 on the order paper. That is formal communication by the Speaker. I just want to, on behalf of leadership, thank all of you, honorable members, together with the distinguished personalities at the public gallery who are here, I'm sure, to have a personal feel of the presentation of the budget. The preceding meeting, which we usually refer to as conclave, has really taken a longer time than anticipated. Clearly, I'm sure many of you were a bit worried about the delay, and you are right to do so. It's because the leadership of the House, together with my good self, have grave differences with the Ministry of Finance. And so we had to discuss those issues. And I want to assure you, your leadership are on top of these matters. And so we decided, as representatives of the sovereign people of Ghana, His Excellency represents the state. We represent the people. And so the presentation will be done today. But as we go along, we believe that there will be enough time for the differences to be ironed out smoothly for the interest of everybody in this country. And so I thank you for your patience. We are grateful for your endurance, and we assure you that the leadership have taken serious note of all the concerns you've expressed, and as we go along, the solutions will be forthcoming. With this, I thank you once again, and we move on to item 4, which is correction of goods and proceedings and official reports. And well, the chief advisor on procedural matters to the Speaker, that is the clerk himself, have kindly drawn my attention to the success story of the Speaker's Breakfast Forum, which took place yesterday at Kumasi. I think today is what? Today is Wednesday. Oh, I'm yesterday's man. Yes, Monday. I think it was well organized. Civil society presence was impressive. The contributions were excellent, quality, and I think that we are all guided by the outcome of that breakfast meeting. And I want to take this opportunity to thank leadership and, more importantly, His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II for hosting the breakfast meeting and for all the largesse he put at our disposal. We were comfortably hosted by him, and it's something that I think we should continue to do. We cannot keep on always holding this only in Accra. You know, Accra is not Ghana, it's part of Ghana. And so the next one will not be hosted in Accra again. And it will not be hosted in Kumasi. I have that discretion. I will decide where it will be hosted. So I thank leaders. They did so well in spite of the fact that they just landed after a long trip to represent the country. They were all present and they contributed to the discussions. So once again, on behalf of the House, you are all welcome, and I thank you for attending. Correction of votes and proceedings. And we'll look at the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 16th November 2021. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Yes, Honorable Member.
Right, Honorable Speaker, on page number 9, item 6, 230, the last sentence, associated to, I think the most appropriate composition should be associated with. That is more commonly used as compared to 2. Thank you.
You said page 9, item 6?
230.
230.
The last sentence, associated to, should be associated with. That is more appropriate. Thank you.
When the English master speak, you may be right, but this is not the formulation of the table office. That was a question that was admitted and asked on the floor. And it was so couched, and therefore just taken by the table office as such. So they cannot amend what was admitted, asked, and answered on the floor. That's why they repeated it. But we'll take note of your concern. Page 10. Still page 9, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Still at page 9, Right Honourable, the first item, numbered II, the correction that I effected yesterday has not been accurately captured. Apart from deleting Thursday, I indicated that the date for COP26 was wrong and that it should be 31st October to 30th November for the COP26 conference. So if it can be corrected accordingly, Mr. Speaker.
Well, we have taken note of your concern, but what they simply did was to capture the date on the statement. It could be wrongly stated there, but they just repeated what was on the statement delivered by the member. But we've taken note of your concern. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, let me turn you back to page 7. I noticed that my name has been omitted as being present, and it has been stated at page 8, number 46, as me being absent at yesterday's sitting. Yesterday I was present.
Table office, kindly take note. Page 10. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, on page 10, number 8, the Honorable Member for Inshiaisu, Dr. Stephen Amu, I think Inshiaisu. Is that the correct spelling, Mr. Speaker?
What is wrong with Inshiaisu?
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just traveling between page 10 and page 11 was another significant matter of a committee that we resolved that I had raised a matter of Article 1876 of the Constitution of having a committee to look at post-public accounts committee reports and the consequential actions. The leader of government business then referred to Article 1844, same matter with foreign exchange receipts, and the resolution was that we would have a committee as soon as practicable to look into those outstanding matters. I thought that it should have been captured between page 10 and 11, especially after the committee that was indicated that by Thursday, 18 November 2021 should be put in place. The leader of government business assured that this committee will be in place before the end of this meeting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, in addition to the Honourable Minority Leader's concern, there were two questions that the House had to defer. The one from the Transport Minister, for the Transport Minister, which he requested another date, the Pro-East question. And then the other question from the Honourable Patrick Boama, which I thought that, Mr. Speaker, that should be captured to reflect a comprehensive account of what happened yesterday.
Yes, Honourable.
Right Honourable Speaker, on page 8, pardon me for taking you back, my name has been captured as being absent, but I was present yesterday. Thank you. Then, number 31.
Yes, table office, kindly take note of all the concerns that have been raised. But may I advise members that when we go beyond a page and you later discover some corrections we made, please kindly approach the table office. You don't take us back. Page 11. Yes, Honorable.
Right, Honourable, the second paragraph of item number 9 at page 11, the Honourable Second Deputy Speaker accordingly withdrew the referral. It should be from the Committee on Roads and Transport and not to.
I have my doubts about this proposed correction, because I think the way it's captured is rather correct. The referral was to the Committee on Roads and Transport. So he is withdrawing the referral to the committee. He is not withdrawing the referral from the committee. So I'll plead with you that we maintain what is on the order paper. Page 12. Page 13. Yes, honorable member for, is it Kwadaso, right?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, this is a minor punctuation issue on Roman numeral III and IV. For consistency's sake, there should be a comma after December 2017. Consistency's sake. Thank you.
Well, noted. Noted. Page 13. Page 14. Yes, please.
Honorable Speaker, I would like to seek your guidance. I'm seeing on item 1 under opening, programs, English spelling. Then you come to page 15, program, American spelling. I want to seek your guidance on whether we are using American English or British or both in this house.
Honorable member, so far as Ghana is concerned, we are using both. That's what I read from all the submissions, whether in form of memos or even in the literature. You can see that we are using both the American and the Queen's English. And so I don't know whether we can correct these things now. It will be difficult. It's only that we will not permit the use of Ghanaian English. Page 15. Page 16. Yes, please.
Right, Honourable Speaker, at page 16, the last item is without a number. Ms. Paula Samziri, she should have been labeled as item 24. So you notice, Mr. Speaker, that that has affected the entire numbering on the next page, at page 17. So instead of 33 people attending upon the committee, we have 32 because of that omission at page 16.
Yes, table of his kindly take note. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, item numbered 23, Roman numeral XBIII. Mr. Franklin Soa. His designation is Director, Sales and Marketing, but The sales is without an S.
Sorry, I didn't get the number.
XVIII. Mr. Franklin Soa, Director, Sale and Marketing. That should be Sales and Marketing.
Table office.
And
take note. Yes.
Miss Paula Samziri. The name is Paula Samziri. S-A-N, not S-A-M. It's been captured as S-A-M-Z-I-R-I. It is S-A-N. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thanks for the correction. Table office, take note. Page 17. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Page 16. I think there was just an omission. XV, Mr. Alfred Kumson. XVI, no name. So they just have to push up and then leave the rest behind. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
That's a critical what is exciting members? Pusher. Pusher. No, she said it should be pushed down. She didn't say push up. Yes, honorable members, page 17. Yes, honorable member for Kwadaso.
Mr. Speaker, on Roman number XXIV, Mr. Alex Bannerman, Deputy Executive Secretary, National Media Commission. If it is a Mr. Alexander Ni Bannerman that I know, then the Bannerman, we have to check the spelling. It's supposed to be B-A-N-N-E-R-M-A-N. But it is spelled B-A-N-N-A-M-A-N. So we have to check the spelling and reconcile.
Well, table office, kindly cross-check and do the right thing. The names are differently spelled, so he might be using A. But we all know Bannerman is usual with E-R. So please cross-check before you do the correction. With this, honorable members, the votes and proceedings of the 13th sitting of the third meeting held on Tuesday, 16 November 2021, as corrected, are adopted as a true record of proceedings. I have with me a number of official reports. There are about 5. We'll quickly go through them, and then we can move on to the business of the day. Actually, I have many copies of one. There are rather 3. We'll start with Friday, 16th July 2021. Any corrections? If there are no corrections, honorable members, the official report of Friday, 16 July 2021 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. We now move to Wednesday, 21st July 2021. Any corrections? Yes, honorable member. Yes, please.
Right, Honourable Speaker, this is a very important one because it's your address, your famous "the honeymoon is over" speech. And the Speaker, at column 006, the second paragraph, the line number 12, you clearly must have said detracts. It detracts from our integrity and the seriousness that the public expect to see, not distracts, so detracts. Mr. Speaker, the third paragraph at column 007, you clearly must have been indicating that you have served notice to leadership to devise measures. That's the fifth line of the third paragraph of column 007. Devise, not diverse. And at column 009, Mr. Speaker, the first paragraph, your quotation has been wrongly captured. Clothing is a form of self-expression. They are hints about who you are in what you are. They are. So if that quotation can be corrected accordingly, since this is Mr. Speaker's address. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, a table office kindly take note and make the necessary corrections. Any further corrections? Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the official report of Wednesday, 21st July 2021 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. The last one is Wednesday, 27th October 2021. Any corrections? Yes.
I'm grateful, right, Mr. Speaker. At column 23, the fourth line, Mr. Speaker, it should be institutions. The next paragraph, the fourth line, the construction ought to be looked at. It should be changed and not how it has been captured. The Ghana School of Law has also not been captured accurately. The last line of the second paragraph. At column 24 as well, circumstances. The Hansa Department will have to look at that. And then the third paragraph at column 25, members of parliament, not members of parliament as in plural. That will have to be cleaned up. Mr. Speaker, finally at column 42, the last paragraph, the Indian parliament should be captured accurately. Thank you very much.
Table office, I hope you'll be following. And if you have any difficulty, you can cross-check from the member and do the writing. Any further corrections? Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the official report of Wednesday, 27th October 2021 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. We will move straight on now to the commencement of public business. That is item 6. We will not take item 5. We go to item 6, and that is presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented. 6A by the Minister for Finance, Roman 1. Table office.
Annual report on the petroleum funds for the 2021 fiscal year.
Honorable members, the report is accordingly laid and referred to the Committee on, I think, Mines and Energy for consideration and report to the House. 6A Roman 2 by the Minister for Finance. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, your referral of the annual report of the petroleum funds, ideally the Committee on Finance must be one. Appropriately, the referral should go to the Committee of Finance. But if you so wish that it should go to a joint committee, Mr. Speaker, we can respect it, because it's on the utilization of the petroleum funds for the 2021 fiscal year. With respect, Mr. Speaker.
Well, that's why I raised the issue, and I was expecting input from the leaders. And since we're not responding, I decided to do the referral. And so we will refer it to both. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is just to draw the House's attention to the fact that that for the previous year has just been laid by the Finance Committee. It has to do with the management of the funds rather than petroleum matters. So traditionally, it has been a referral to the Finance Committee.
The point you people are raising is that it should still be referred to only the Committee on Finance. You are not interested in the joint. Actually, I'm not one of those who believe in the statement that this is how it's always done. No. They are conformed to transform. I just conform because that's how it's always done. If that is how it's always done, you always reap the same results. We want to move forward. We want to develop. So please, we are looking at the best way of doing it. But if it is a case that the House wants us to still continue with that because it's usually well done, why not? Yes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess you are just arriving at the point I wanted to make. It's the precedence itself. But most of the items that will be referred to the Finance Committee relate to some sector. So as soon as we get into the business of joining them, we're going to have almost every referral to the Finance Committee.
No, not necessarily. Don't go there. Not necessarily. You know, this is a very critical sector of the economy. This is a very critical sector of the economy, petroleum. And we have a committee overseeing that sector. And now we're dealing with management of the funds. And that management is always referred to the Finance Committee. And so just saying that that other committee should be part of it, a joint committee, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I make reference to the papers to be presented by the Minister for Finance. The annual report on the petroleum funds for the 2021 fiscal year. We are now in November, so it is not possible for the Minister to submit a report covering the entire year. So it should be clearer that he can specify the period for this particular report. If it is from January to June, they should state it. But so
we are not
1 and 2.
Honorable Member, we are not debating the report yet. The report is now being presented to us. When you go to the report, you find the details. And if there's an issue to raise on that, you raise it in the report to the House. But now it's just presentation. Honorable Members, that is still what is referred to the committee to deliberate on, including the caption. You can't disagree with me on this matter. whatever is laid here and referred to the committee is subject to the consideration of the committee. And if you see anything wrong, even with the caption, you have the right, including the left, to put it in your report. Honorable members, the reports are accordingly referred to the Joint Committees of Finance and Mines and Energy. The second one, which deals with the collection and utilization of the African Union Import Levy for the year 2021 fiscal year, I think the proper committee referred it to be the Finance Committee. So it's accordingly referred to the Finance Committee. That is Roman 6A, item 6A, Roman 2. Now, item 7, motion that this Honorable House approves the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2021. Minister for Finance. 2022, sorry. Please, honorable members, let's listen to the minister with rapt attention. Our constituents are watching and listening to us.
Right, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members of Parliament, on the authority of His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, I vote to move that this august House approves the financial policy of the Government of Ghana for the year ending 31st December 2022. On the authority of His Excellency the President, and in accordance with Articles 179 and 180 of the 1992 Constitution, I present to this House the budget of the President of the Republic of Ghana for the 2022 financial year. I also do submit to this House the following statutory reports. 1, the 2021 annual report on the petroleum funds, in accordance with Section 48 of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815, as amended, and the 2021 report on the utilization of the African Union levies in accordance with Section 7 of the African Union Import Levies Act 2017, Act 952. Mr. Speaker, this statement is an abridged version of the budget statement and economic policy of the Government of Ghana for the 2022 financial year. I therefore request that the entire budget statement and economic policy of the Government of Ghana for the 2022 financial year be captured in the Hansard. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to take this opportunity to thank you and members of the House for prayers accorded me and citizens of the country during my COVID recuperation. Mr. Speaker, exactly 1 year, 8 months and 5 days today, Ghana confirmed its first case of COVID-19. Since then, efforts to contain the virus
and its impacts on our lives have dominated the actions of government, not only here in Ghana but across the globe. The COVID-19 pandemic, which has swept through the world, has upended and exposed the weaknesses in some of the critical structures and systems in education, health, economic life, communities, and everyday family life. The pandemic triggered a sharp and heavy slump in global supply chains as the lockdowns and restrictions led to reductions in demand and production levels. The pickup in demand for goods this year has also created a new inflationary problem with a consequential rise in the cost of shipping, disruption of the global supply chain, and exacerbated by increase in world fuel prices. Mr. Speaker, the spiraling costs of shipping have hit businesses hard, particularly small and medium-scale enterprises. SMEs have had to struggle with economic fallout from the pandemic, and furthermore, they are now being forced to cope with the rising cost of shipping. This is making the lives of traders and consumers very difficult. The hardship Ghanaians have experienced due to COVID-19 is not lost on the government. We have been there with the people, playing the difficult but necessary balancing act of managing an economy put under extreme distress by the pandemic, and at the same time supporting households and businesses to cope. Our response to COVID-19 thus far has earned domestic and worldwide acclaim, as our President and his fellow Ghanaians will attest to. Mr. Speaker, it has not been easy, and I know that from personal experience. The government has tried its best to save lives and cushion the impact on Ghanaians. It has been tough, but we thank God for His grace and mercy towards us. We empathize with families who lost loved ones during the pandemic, private school teachers who lost income for 12 months, business owners who lost earnings, the thousands of hospitality and tourism sector workers who were laid off, the slump in businesses built around our traditional and other social events, the jobless young people whose strenuous efforts to find work have been further compromised by the pandemic, and the impact on our mental health and well-being, which has also been profound. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President has asked me to deliver a special message to our fellow Ghanaians. He says to thank you, the Ghanaian people, for your resilience, to thank you for keeping faith with Him and responding to all the measures that were needed to contain the spread of the virus. He wants to assure you that together we are fighting this, and we are fighting this to win together. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of the pandemic, we had to address both the immediate as well as persistent health and economic impacts of the pandemic. Our response was bold, decisive, and compassionate, but also costly. As a responsible government, alive to the concerns of the people, we have had no choice but to implement critical interventions to take lives and to save lives and jobs, including feeding nearly 2.8 million people with hot meals. We also collaborated with our faith-based organizations to provide 470,000 families with food packages. Mr. Speaker, to mitigate the health impacts of the pandemic, government also employed additional 38,000 nurses. Tax exemptions worth 36.8 million Ghana cedis were also granted to our frontline staff, while 10.1 million and 4.78 million households were provided with free water and electricity, respectively. To facilitate the mass reopening of schools, government provided 11 million students and staff with essential supplies such as face masks, paper towels, liquid soap, and sanitizers, all at great cost. Cook meals were also provided to final year JHS students in both public and private schools. Mr. Speaker, these have been expensive, but we knew that the cost of doing nothing and disrupting the education of our children for an entire academic year would have been even greater. I'm proud to announce that not a single Ghanaian public sector worker was laid off as a result of the impact of the pandemic on our public finances, and we have managed to pay them monthly, and we are grateful to the unions for their cooperation in this regard. Under the Coronavirus Alleviation Program Business Support Scheme, CAPVAX, Ghana Enterprises Agency provided 302,000 successful applicants across various sectors and regions with loans amounting to 523.11 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we also ensured payments of our obligations to contractors and provided payroll support to some state-owned enterprises to guarantee jobs. Thankfully, our President led and acted decisively and wisely, and his leadership paved the way for many other countries in Africa and beyond. Mr. Speaker, let me assure the House that we are working hard to get back quickly to the pre-pandemic fiscal and debt trajectory. The fiscal policies implemented to provide relief during the pandemic has led to an increase in total public debt. The situation was made worse by the big drop in revenue collections last year. Total revenues in 2020 fell by 11.93 billion, equivalent to 3.1% of GDP, while total expenditures increased by 14.08 billion, equivalent to 3.7% of GDP. As a result, within the financial sector and energy sector related expenditure, the budget deficit was 15.0% of GDP. GDP growth also dropped to 0.4% compared to a projected growth rate of 6.8% before the pandemic. This growth, however, compares favorably with the sub-Saharan African average of negative 1.7%. Mr. Speaker,
honorable members,
under no illusion.
Just a bit. The first deputy speaker to take the chair.
Beg your pardon? Shall I continue? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are under no illusion as to the economic challenges facing our country today, how to ease the suffering of Ghanaians, transform the economy, how to ease the suffering of Ghanaians, transform the economy to create jobs, and share the expected wealth across all households, such as providing security and education, I would keep the President awake at night. How to broaden the revenue base, keep a grip on expenditure, protect the public purse, and at the same time build with urgency the needed infrastructure, collecting revenue, managing our debt and expenditure commitments, and paying the bills to stimulate economic activity are the orders he has given to us, his ministers, and other appointees to carry out over the next 3 years. Mr. Speaker, we know we can and turn around the economy between January 2017 and March 2020. We had been able to reverse the worrying economic trends we inherited and place the country on a path of fiscal sustainability and growth. We doubled the economic growth rate from 3.4 percentage points to an average of 7% between the period It is undisputed, Mr. Speaker, that we brought down the fiscal deficit below the 5% threshold. We improved our gross international reserves from 4.9 billion to 9.9 billion, 4.7 months of imports. We provided free SHS for 1.2 million Ghanaian students. We provided free hot meals for 3.4 million public pupils in basic schools. We supported 1.9 million farmers with improved seedlings and fertilizers through our Planting for Food and Jobs program. We provided temporary employment to 100,000 of young people through the Nafta program. We abolished several Newton taxes. We set the nation on its biggest private sector-owned industrialization program in the history of Ghana with the 1D1F program, and we registered the biggest foreign exchange earnings from tourists during our historic 2019 year of return program. By March 2020, Mr. Speaker, our first quarter macro fiscal indicators reflected the turnaround we had accomplished over the 3.5 years. Indeed, we had just experienced an oversubscription of our 3 billion bond issuance and set a record of the longest sovereign Africa bond of 41 years on the international capital market as a result of strong investor confidence. Mr. Speaker, then COVID struck. This derailed our transformation agenda and eroded the program we had attained the previous year. The focus on the 2021 budget statement and policy presented on 12 March 2021 was therefore anchored on debt sustainability and consolidation while providing some fiscal stimulus. We set out to complete ongoing programs and projects, consolidate the gains from the recovery efforts, and continue our agenda towards the revitalization and transformation of the economy. Today, 17th November 2021, I'm here on behalf of His Excellency the President to provide this august House with an update on progress we have made towards post-pandemic economic recovery following the confidence Ghanaians repose in him with a renewed mandate on 7th December 2020. I'll also share with you the plan to get us back to pre-pandemic macro stability and growth levels. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, I'll share the President's strategy to improve the living standards of Ghanaians and address the central challenge that confronts us today, unemployment. Mr. Speaker, we have no doubt in our capacity as a government to turn things around. We turned around the economic crisis we inherited in 2017. We are turning around the economic crisis. We are turning around the economic crisis the pandemic brought in 2020. The challenge is on, and we are determined to prevail. And with the people behind us and the Almighty on our side, we know we shall prevail. The budget is intentional about building a sustainable entrepreneurial nation through fiscal consolidation and job creation. This may be an uncomfortable transition, but we are people who think deeply. We must progress and become a people who also make things happen for ourselves and the world. We must embrace this challenge, Mr. Speaker, of becoming a vibrant entrepreneurial nation. Mr. Speaker, data on the performance of the economy as at end September 2021 indicate that the implementation of the 2021 budget is largely on track. Provisional GDP data released by the Ghana Statistical Service in September 2021 indicate that overall real GDP grew by 3.1% in Q1 and 3.9% in Q2. Thus, the economy grew by an average of 3.5% in the first half of 2021 against the 0.8% in the same period 2020. Mr. Speaker, headline inflation declined sharply from 10.4% in December 2020 to 7.5% in May 2021, broadly reflecting well-anchored inflation expectations, exchange rate stability, and favorable food prices. However, inflation picked up to 10.6% in September 2021 on account of stocks from domestic fuel price adjustments and increasing domestic food prices arising partly from climate-related factors, input supply bottlenecks, delayed harvests, and world food price increases. Inflation rose further to 11% in October, driven by non-food inflation. Mr. Speaker, preliminary data for the first 9 months of the year indicate that government's fiscal operations resulted in a cash deficit of 33.9 billion, equivalent to 7.7% of GDP, compared to the revised target of 32.6 billion, equivalent to 7.4% of GDP. The fiscal adjustments to save lives and preserve livelihoods during the pandemic, although well-intentioned, have elevated global debt levels. The situation in Ghana is no different. The provisional nominal debt stock, including financial sector bailout costs and energy sector IPP payments, stood at 341.76 billion, equivalent to 77.5% of GDP as at end September 2021, up from 291.63 billion, equivalent to 76.1% in December 2020. Notwithstanding the elevated deficit and public debt levels recorded due to COVID-19, our macro-fiscal indicators are much better than what we inherited. Inflation reduced from 15.4% at the end of 2016 to 7.9% at the end of 2019 and stood at 11% at end October 2021. Interest rate 91-day Treasury bills declined from 16.4% at the end of 2017 to 14.69% at the end of 2019 and further to 12.46% at the end of October 2021. Gross international reserves increased from 2.8 months of imports at the end of 2016 to 4 months of imports at the end of 2019 and further to 4.9 months of imports at the end of September 2021. While fiscal deficit reduced from 6.5% of GDP at the end of 2016 to 4.8% of GDP at the end of 2019. Primary balance, Mr. Speaker, improved from a deficit of dues from 1.1% of GDP at the end of 2017 to a primary surplus of 0.8% of GDP at the end of 2019. GDP grew from 3.4% at the end of 2016 to 6.5% at the end of 2019. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the medium-term macroeconomic targets. A new medium-term National Development Policy Framework 2022 to 2025 has been drafted to guide the medium-term economic recovery and transformation for the country. Economic environment. 3, providing an environment that is supportive of private sector, including promoting entrepreneurship for domestic businesses and for FDI to thrive. 4, building a robust financial sector to support growth and development. 5, deepening structural reforms to make the machinery of government work more efficiently and effectively to support socio-economic transformation. 6, implementing reforms to increase revenue mobilization and the efficiency of public expenditure. And 7, plugging leakages and prosecution of offenders. Mr. Speaker, guided by the medium-term policy objectives, the following macroeconomic targets are set for the medium term, 2022 to 2025. 1, overall real GDP to grow at an average rate of 5.6%. 2, non-oil GDP to grow at an average rate of 5.9%. 3, end of December inflation to be within the target band of 8 plus or minus 2%. 4, overall fiscal balance and primary balance to return to the fiscal responsibility at threshold targets by 2024. i.e. fiscal deficit of not more than 5% of GDP and a positive primary balance, and gross international reserves to cover at least 4 months of imports. Mr. Speaker, based on the macroeconomic objectives and the medium-term targets, the following macroeconomic targets are set for 2022. Overall real GDP growth of 8%, non-oil real GDP growth of 5.9%, end December inflation rate of 8%, fiscal deficit of 7.4%. Primary surplus of 0.1% of GDP and gross international reserves to cover not less than 4 months of imports. Mr. Speaker, total revenue and grants for 2022 is projected to rise above 100 billion for the first time, 100.5 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 20% of GDP, up from a projected outturn of 70.3 billion, equivalent to 16% of GDP for 2021. Domestic revenue estimated at 99.5 billion and represents an annual growth of 44% over the projected outturn for 2021. Mr. Speaker, the resource mobilization for 2022 is underpinned by revenue policy initiatives. The increase in domestic revenue by 44% is as a result of the impact of a major progressive tax policy, complemented by improvements in tax compliance and reforms in revenue administration that we have outlined in this budget. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure, including clearance of arrears, is projected at 137.5 billion, equivalent to 27.4% of GDP. The estimate for 2022 represents a growth of 23.2% above the projected outturn of 111.6 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 25.3% of GDP for 2021. The key drivers of expenditure growth include capital expenditure, funding of key government flagship programs, wage bills, and interest payments. Mr. Speaker, based on the estimates of total revenue and grants and total expenditure, the 2022 fiscal operations will result in an overall fiscal deficit of Ghana 37 billion, equivalent to 7.4% of GDP. This includes the financial sector and energy sector IPP payments. This represents a nominal year-on-year reduction of about 30.7% over the projected outturn of 12.1% of GDP in 2021. The corresponding primary balance of 435 million Ghana cedis, equivalent to 0.1% of GDP, is also projected for this year, for next year. The signaling is clear. We are going to judiciously work our way out of our debt situation. Mr. Speaker, total foreign financing of the deficit, as well as exceptional financing, namely the IMF special drawing rights, would amount to 9.1 billion, equivalent to 1.8% of GDP, and will include a planned international financing program of 750 billion for liability management and budget support, particularly capital expenditure. On the other hand, financing of the deficit from domestic sources, including net issuances from debt, will amount to 27.9 billion, equivalent to 5.6% of GDP. The additional exceptional financing from the utilization of the newly allocated SDRs by the IMF will augment and reduce domestic borrowing needs. Mr. Speaker, as a country, we still rely heavily on debt financing to meet a significant portion of our expenditures compared to our peers. It is instructive to note that on the expenditure side, for instance, interest payments and compensation payments alone amounted to 48.7 billion, which is 103.3% of total revenue and grants for January to September 2021. In fact, Mr. Speaker, these two expenditure items absorb all the revenue collected for the period. This trend must be reversed. Mr. Speaker, The key focus of the budget is fiscal consolidation to enhance debt and fiscal sustainability as we implement economic revitalization and transformation post-COVID-19 to save more lives from the COVID pandemic and better the lives of Ghanaians. It is for this reason that government is proposing for the consideration and approval of Parliament the revenue enhancing and expenditure rationalization measures in this budget. Indeed, the approval and implementation of the measures will lead to significant fiscal adjustment from a projected fiscal deficit, including energy, IPP payments, and FinSec cleanup costs of 12.1% of GDP in 2021 to 7.4% in 2022, representing a strong adjustment of 4.7 percentage points in just 1 year. Mr. Speaker, not only are we significantly bringing the fiscal deficit down, we are posting a primary surplus of 0.1% of GDP in 2022 from a negative primary balance of 4.7% in 2021. We are confident, though, that the needed fiscal space to continue to support broad-based inclusive growth will not elude us. Mr. Speaker, as a people, we are very proud of our history and heritage. We believe in our ability to be self-sustaining. After all, we are a country that became the world's largest producer of cocoa, with farmers working on small farmlands. These farmers bring in some $2 billion annually. We believe in our capability to mobilize the resources, human, natural, and domestic finances to transform our lives. This will require that we share the burden so that every adult Ghanaian will contribute to the delivery of critical infrastructure, social services, and improved lives. This revenue mobilization must be a collective effort, and we must all contribute to make this a reality. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Statistical Services has completed a preliminary report on the 2021 population and housing census. The census provided useful information that would inform the effective planning and implementation of government policies. However, the data presented also shows some trends that need to be addressed to build a more equitable society. Interestingly, out of the total population of 30.8 million, only 2,364,348 persons are bearing the burden of the entire population as taxpayers as at August 2021. Registered voter population of 17,027,941 as of 2020. Only 1,643,839 persons are captured by SNIT as active contributors to Tier 1 pensions, and 2.1 million, less than 10% of the total population, as active contributors to Tier 2 as of June 2021. Only 45,109 entities are registered as corporate taxpayers. Only 54,364 persons are registered as self-employed taxpayers at the Ghana Revenue Authority, and only 136,198 entities are registered businesses at the Registrar General's Department as of August 2021, of which 82% are self-employed. Mr. Speaker, compared to our peers within the middle income brackets, these statistics are a poor reflection on us, and we need to change the narrative. We must resolve by the next census, we should have changed these statistics to become an upper middle income country in line with our Ghana Beyond Aid agenda. We must far eclipse the 20% threshold of revenue to GDP ratio of our West African peers by 2024. Mr. Speaker, below are the regional breakdown of tax contributions from 2017 to 2020. 2021. Mr. Speaker, Greater Accra contributes almost 90% of our domestic tax, and Ashanti, Western, and Eastern regions together contribute barely 3% of domestic taxes. Mr. Speaker, domestic revenue mobilization is the key to making the vision of Ghana Beyond Aid a reality. We cannot, therefore, as a nation, continue to depend on only 8.2% of our citizens to carry the burden of 30.8 million people. This is unsustainable and defeats all the tenets of economic prudence and moral justice. Our resolve to use revenue policy to support local industry and generate the desired environment for growth has not waned. In the coming year, government will introduce measures that will revamp the industry and make their products competitive in both the local and international markets. In this respect, it has become increasingly necessary to make some policy changes. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, VAT relief was provided on African prints for textile manufacturers to enable them resuscitate their operations and provide affordable textiles on the market. The policy has succeeded in stabilizing the industry and formed the basis for a modest increase in production. The companies have also maintained their prices over the period, making the cost of local prints affordable. Additionally, they've been able to keep their employees and made some investment in the industry as a result of this policy. To consolidate the gains and expand production in the industry, government has decided to extend the relief for a further 2 years. Mr. Speaker, the VAT flat rate of 3% of the sale price of goods was introduced in 2017 on the supply of goods by wholesalers and retailers. Subsequent reforms to the taxes on the supply of goods and services have made local goods with imported substitutes uncompetitive. Government is correcting this anomaly by limiting the flat rate to only retailers. All other supply of goods and services will attract the standard rate. The object of the flat rate is to provide a simplified system for small-scale enterprises. To ensure that this objective is achieved, the rate will be applied to retailers with annual turnover not exceeding 500,000 Ghana cedis. All other retailers and wholesalers will be charged the standard rate. After 2.5 years of operation, the temporary benchmark discount policy on imports introduced as a stopgap measure has been reviewed to make it more efficient and better targeted. This is consistent with government policy to promote local industry and improve foreign exchange earnings. We are committed to a program of turning our enterprising traders into manufacturers of widgets, tools, and other machinery necessary as inputs for our industrial growth. Mr. Speaker, revenue compliance and enforcement sits at the heart of domestic revenue mobilization. The Ghana Revenue Authority, buoyed by the Revenue Assurance and Compliance Enforcement, will continue race with its enhanced compliance measures to expand coverage and plug revenue leakages. The modified taxation system introduced in 2015 through the Income Tax Act 2015, Act 896, is to provide a simplified system of tax compliance for the informal sector and small-scale individuals in business. This law will be amended to increase the threshold from 200,000 to 500,000 Ghana cedis per annum. Exports of unprocessed gold by small-scale miners through official channels have dwindled from over 1,600,000 ounces in 2019 to below 100,000 ounces as of September 2021 through smuggling. To stem this tide, government, in consultation with the stakeholders in the industry, has decided to reduce the withholding tax rate for sale of unprocessed gold by small-scale miners on whom the incidence of the tax is from 3% to 1.5%. Government is committed to working with the relevant agencies and stakeholders in the industry to ensure compliance at a reduced rate. Mr. Speaker, property rates have the potential to increase revenue mobilization for MMDAs and release resources for provision of basic infrastructure as well as the needs of our localities. Property rate assessment and collection pose a challenge to most MMDAs and are fraught with inefficiencies. Government through GRA will from January 2022 assist the MMDAs to implement a common platform for property rate administration to enhance property rate collections and its accountability. To ensure cost recovery by government in providing infrastructure for the collection of the rate, a sharing ratio will be agreed with the assemblies. Fees and charges. Government will complete its work of this House to pass the fees and charges bill for implementation in 2022. These fees and charges will be subject to automatic adjustment consistent with the annual average inflation as announced by the Ghana Statistical Service. A comprehensive review will be conducted after every 5th year, taking into consideration other factors besides inflation, including improvement in quality of service delivery and privatization of some of the services where feasible. Mr. Speaker, our roads need fixing and building. Our roads are being fixed. It is true that more roads have been fixed and are being fixed over the last 5 years than any relative period in the entire history of our nation. We even want to do a lot more, and this budget will cater for this. That is why for decades, governments after governments imposed and maintained tolls on some public roads to raise funds for road construction and maintenance. This is the situation in many countries. However, over the years, the tolling points have become unhealthy market centers, led to heavy traffic on our roads, lengthened travel time from one place to the other, and impacted negatively on productivity. The congestion generated at the tolling points, besides creating these inconveniences, also leads to pollution in and around the vicinities. To address these challenges, government has abolished all tolls on public roads and bridges. This takes effect immediately the budget is approved on appropriation. The toll collection personnel will be reassigned. The expected impact on productivity and reduced environmental pollution will more than offset the revenue foregone by removing the tolls. Tolls, Mr. Speaker, would be abolished on all public roads. Mr. Speaker, over the past 18 months, it has become clear that if the African continent is to be globally competitive, it must embrace the common vision of creating an integrated and inclusive digital society that improves the quality of life of citizens, strengthens the development of the private sector, and advances Africa's quest to attain the Sustainable Development Goals. Mr. Speaker, digitization is empowering. It has catalyzed financial inclusion. It mobilizes resources and directs it where it is needed. Tens of billions of Ghanaian cedis are mobilized every month and by people previously presumed too poor to open and keep a traditional bank account or even operate a mobile phone. With millions of Ghanaians tapping into the convenience of simplified online paying systems, transactions that used to take place on the blind side of the central bank is now fully visible. It is contributing to the formalization of our economy, a subject about which so much had been said for years, but which so little had been actually done. With digitization, state institutions are more able to plug revenue leakages and thus increase internally generated funds. That gives them the capacity to potentially pay their workers better wages and reduce borrowing by central government for capital expenditure because they can go to a bank on the strength of their own books and so reduce the country's debt overhang over time. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana.gov initiative and its performance also indicate the opportunity to harness increases in captured economic actors from 4% to 84%, which creates a real chance to achieve the intended expansion of the tax net. Currently, we have 49 institutions of transactions through Ghana.gov, expected to go live by end November 2021 is 165. The total value of transactions from May 2021 to October 2021 amounted to 34 billion. We believe this initiative will be truly transformative of our revenue mobilization and service delivery agenda. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 contributed to the acceleration of the digitalization of Africa. Data from the Bank of Ghana confirms a growing trend in online trade. The data showed that between February 2020 and February 2021 alone, Ghana saw an increase of over 120% in the value of digital transactions compared to 44% for the period February 2019 to February 2020. Apart from the convenience online trading offers, the surge has happened globally was primarily due to the increase in the use of digital platforms as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Total value of transactions for 2020 was estimated to be over 500 billion Ghana cedis compared to 78 billion cedis in 2016, just 5 years ago. While total money subscribers and active mobile money users have grown by an average rate of 18% and 16% respectively between 2016 and 2019. Mr. Speaker, it has become clear that there is this enormous potential to increase tax revenue by bringing into the tax bracket transactions that could be best defined as being undertaken in the informal economy. After considerable deliberation, government has decided to place a levy on all electronic transactions to widen the tax net and rope in the informal sector. This shall be known as the Electronic Transaction Levy or e-levy. Mr. Speaker, electronic transactions covering mobile money payments. Mr. Speaker, honourable members, order. Electronic mobile money payments, bank transfers, merchant payments, and e-mode remittances will be charged at an applicable rate of 1.75%, which shall be borne by the sender, except e-mode remittances, which will be borne by the recipient. This tax is one, and we shall all pay. Mr. Speaker, this new policy also comes into effect once appropriation is passed. On 1st January 2022, government will work with all industry partners to ensure that their systems and payment platforms are configured to implement this policy.
And they will make money from there.
Mr. Speaker, burden sharing. The good people of Ghana have given us a mandate to get things done. For us as a government, this is a clarion call for a new deal, a chance to renew the social contract of our democracy. As Rainbow Neighbor once said, and I quote, "Nothing worth doing is completed in our lifetime, therefore we must be saved by hope." Nothing true or beautiful or good makes complete sense in any immediate context of history. Therefore, we must be saved by faith. Nothing we do, however virtuous, can be accomplished alone. Therefore, we are saved by love. Therefore, we need to act together as each other's keeper. After the unprecedented shock that the pandemic was for the world and for Ghana, we owe each other to share the burden of the recovery. Citizens that have not suffered as much a loss of income during the pandemic ought to sacrifice for the rest. Citizens should be called upon to look beyond their own self-interest and work for a great common interest. Our country needs this sacrifice. This budget calls upon the wealthy and the middle class to do their part through property taxes, through streamlined exemptions bills, through the removal of benchmark values as selected imported goods, and through targeted digital tax. In doing so, they will also look after future generations by limiting debt accumulation. Mr. Speaker, after undergoing several reviews, the exemption bill has been completed and laid before Parliament. We will work with this House for final passage and implementation in 2022. Mr. Speaker, we wish to reiterate that we are in challenging times which require radical measures, so let us embrace these new policies to enable government to address the fundamental issues affecting the economy, to ensure that our nation continues to maintain its position as the black star of the continent. The good people of Ghana has given us a mandate to get things done. For us, as a government, this is a clarion call for a new deal, a chance to renew the social contract. .8% constitutes the adult population above 18 years, while 58.2% constitute the population below 18 years. Mr. Speaker, with this youthful population, there's an urgent need to provide the necessary environment for the private sector. In this regard, government will implement a major intervention to empower existing private sector businesses to be robust and dynamic, to expand and create jobs, whilst giving a strong hand up to the youth. Mr. Speaker, in the past 15 years, successive governments have endeavored to implement various employment schemes to partially address the unemployment situation in the country. In 2006, President Kufuor initiated the Youth Employment Scheme, which provided meaningful employment avenues to many of our youth. Since then, we have implemented a number of such schemes, with the current ones being NAPCO, 100,000 youth covered, YEA, 80,538 beneficiaries, afforestation, 44,682 youth engaged, National Alternative Employment and Livelihood Program. In addition, government has employed some 295,000 into the public sector payroll since 2017 alone, and in 2021 alone, financial clearance totaling 72,825 has been granted. Mr. Speaker, in spite of these efforts, we continue to have a huge number of our young people without jobs. Mr. Speaker, this budget is redefining our development paradigm by focusing on the private sector, particularly on entrepreneurship development. We will build an entrepreneurial nation by aggressively implementing programs that empowers the majority of our young people to employ their God-given talents to take risks and become job creators instead of job seekers.
Honorable Minister, hold on. Honorable members, having regards to the state of the business of the House, I direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours. You may continue. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the pursuit of this objective, we will address the challenges our existing and aspiring entrepreneurs face. These challenges include access to credit and finance, regulatory and tax burdens, lack of skills, as well as mentorship. We will do this whilst intensifying our efforts to support the private sector to expand and create jobs. Mr. Speaker, this understanding of the youth employment challenge, as well as extensive consultations of stakeholders, including youth associations and educational institutions across the country, have led to the development of what we call the Youth Start Initiative. Youth Start Initiative, which proposes to use 1 billion Ghana cedis each year. Proposes to use 1 billion Ghana cedis each year to catalyze an ecosystem to create 1 million jobs, and in partnership with the financial institutions and development partners, raise another 2 billion Ghana cedis over the 3-year period. In addition, Mr. Speaker, our local banks have agreed to a package that will result in increasing their SME portfolio up to 5 billion Ghana cedis over the next 3 years. This, Mr. Speaker, results in an unprecedented, historic 10 billion cedi commitment in the next 3 years to the private sector and the Youth Start program over the next 3 years. Mr. Speaker, implementing partners of the Youth Start. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Enterprises Agency, the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, and partner financial institutions will serve as the implementing arm of Youth Start. Entrepreneurs will be able to apply for support through a dedicated Youth Start online portline. NEIP will also engage our faith-based organizations as partners for the delivery of essential artisanal skills, business competitions, and feasibility studies, and introduction to financing institutions with a commitment of up to 10% of GOG's contribution to the Youth Start program. Mr. Speaker, Youth Start will provide our youth with the following: training, skills development, entrepreneurial support, and business advisory services, funding, access to competitive credit and startup packs, enterprise promotion, mentoring, and access to markets, including portals to facilitate digital linkages between youth-led enterprises and other businesses and relevant government agencies. Youth Start products, Mr. Speaker. Youth Start will support youth-led enterprises with the following products: district-level loans under 10,000 Ghana cedis after 2 to 3 months of training, soft loans of up to 50,000 Ghana cedis to help startups, in particular by young graduates and school leavers, and small businesses to expand. Startup packs, soft loans tied to equipment acquisition of up to 50,000 cedis for individuals and 100,000 for associations and groups. A standardized loan package of between 100,000 to 400,000 are concessional rates for SMEs through financial institutions. Mr. Speaker, the Youth Start initiative aims to support our youth to develop commercially viable businesses. To this end, Youth Start is designed to instill proper commercial orientation in the beneficiaries. This will include financial institutions determining the credit matrix and GEA and NEIP providing training support, especially for the standardized SME loans USTART will operationalize by March 2022. Mr. Speaker, it is well known that ours is a pro-private sector government. We strongly believe in the private sector leading in growing the economy and creating jobs. We have demonstrated, Mr. Speaker, this commitment over the past 5 years through policy actions and investments that created macro stability, built our human capacity, and strengthened our financial architecture, and will continue to do more in the coming year. Government will continue to streamline the policy and regulatory environment for doing business in the country. I would like to acknowledge our businesses and employers for their resilience and for pulling through the last year and a half despite the severe challenges of COVID-19. Most of you went to great lengths to find innovative ways to keep your businesses going and to hold on and preserve jobs. Government greatly appreciates your efforts. We'll continue to provide support to the CARES Guarantee Scheme, GERSEL, and other initiatives to facilitate the expansion and growth of our already existing businesses. In addition, though, guarantees provided by GERSEL, government is facilitating access to loans for agribusinesses. Over the past year, GERSEL, working with banks, has facilitated production and export expansion in a number of agribusinesses. Mr. Speaker, permit me to extend gratitude to the leadership of the commercial banks who engaged the President in October 2021. I'm happy to report that as a result, the Ghana Bankers Association, working with the various banks, have resolved to collectively accelerate their portfolio allocation to qualifying SMEs to fast-track our phase of economic recovery post-COVID-19. My ministry is working with the Ghana Bankers Association to conclude the terms to ensure the facilitation of the 500 billion Ghana cedis over the next 3 years. In addition, the banking industry, Mr. Speaker, has committed 75 million Ghana cedis over the next 3 years to collectively engage in skills development programs for a minimum of 150,000 young graduates and youth entrepreneurs by engaging in activities. To achieve this, the banks have pledged to review the internal processes and procedures to facilitate easier access to credit by SMEs. Mr. Speaker, a 10 billion facility for 3 years will completely revamp the state of our SMEs and will ensure that our youth have jobs and youth become job creators and not only job seekers, even as the private sector expands to be able to absorb more of them. Mr. Speaker, I have great news. On Friday, November 12, 2021, the good governor of the Bank of Ghana formally handed over the license for the Development Bank of Ghana. With the establishment of the Development Bank of Ghana, which is being capitalized at, Mr. Speaker, $1 billion US, of which we have already gotten $800 million now. With the establishment of the Development Bank of Ghana, government will provide a powerful response to a long-standing desire of our businesses to easier access to medium and long-term loans at affordable interest rates. Not only will the Development Bank of Ghana, as a wholesale bank, provide loans to financial institutions, it will also provide partial credit guarantees to complement the efforts of GERSEL in agriculture and agribusiness. Mr. Speaker, following the extensive financial sector reforms coupled with the establishment of the Development Bank of Ghana, the conversion of the Ghana Amalgamated Trust into a permanent investment vehicle, we now have a robust financial ecosystem that will support businesses from early stage to mature stage. Mr. Speaker, the NAPCO program was designed as a temporary stepping stone for young graduates for a period of 3 years. In the last 3 years, 100,000 young graduates have benefited from the NAPCO program. With over 33,000 trainees already securing jobs, government will work to ensure that the remaining NAPCO trainees are effectively supported to take advantage of the opportunities USAS presents. Mr. Speaker, in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, government under the able leadership of His Excellency President Akufo-Addo quickly developed a 100 billion COVID-19 alleviation and revitalization enterprise program, what we call the Ghana Cares Obatampe program. This blueprint, which brought instant and significant relief to our people, is revitalizing our nation by improving the business climate, supporting the private sector, and providing job opportunities for the youth. Mr. Speaker, the revitalization of the Cares Obatampe program has 3 key thrusts. The first is to support the private sector, particularly in agribusiness and manufacturing, ICT, and digitization. The second thrust is to aggressively support entrepreneurship in order to create job opportunities for our growing and increasing educated youth. The third thrust is to optimize implementation of government transformation agenda for greater results. Since its launch in November 2020, the Obatampe program has targeted strategic management and technical interventions in the agriculture, manufacturing, trade, and export sectors. The urgent and transformative vision of the CARES program implied that we could not proceed with a business-as-usual approach. We therefore swiftly adopted the compact framework to strongly link resources to results. As at the end of July 2021, 8 implementation compacts were signed between the Ministry of Finance and participating MDAs. Mr. Speaker, our priority is to facilitate investment and development of communication infrastructure, including integration and leveraging of data systems and platforms. Government is working towards enhancing the capacity of key institutions and strengthening coordination with the private sector. With the private sector for improved service delivery, business expansion, and economic transformation. This is consistent with the vision of the President to bridge the digital divide and make technology a driver of our socio-economic progress. Government is making significant progress towards our digitalization drive. We are happy to announce that to date, we have issued unique identification cards to over 11.6 million Ghanaians. The second phase of the National Digital Property Addressing System, as well as the establishment of a National Digital Property Register, are complete. Mr. Speaker, with the expansion of digital financial platforms, including mobile money and its interoperability with the banking system, we are increasing financial inclusion. We are also in the process of digitizing the health records of Ghanaians and creating a national digital platform for the sale of pharmaceutical products to improve the efficiency of our healthcare. Mr. Speaker, our plan to establish a comprehensive government-wide database and register as a reference platform a management system for all government digital assets was set in motion with stakeholder engagements. We are currently awaiting the outcome of the preliminary assessment to inform the next step. Mr. Speaker, government will fast-track efforts to upgrade the Kumasi, Tamale, and secondly Takoradi Regional Innovation Center for digital centers. The upgrade is to facilitate the building of ICT capacity, provide support to startups to boost job creation, and enhance the drive for knowledge and socio-economic growth. Climate action and sustainable transition to a low-carbon economy. Mr. Speaker, having launched our updated nationally determined contribution at the recently ended COP26, Ghana has reaffirmed its readiness to leverage its natural resources to fund a sustainable transition to a low-carbon economy. This will be done by facilitating private sector participation in low-carbon activities and industries in a manner that generates more jobs for Ghanaians and improves our general well-being. In the course of the last 2 decades, we have adopted several policies and programs aimed at restoring our lost forests. Between 2002 and 2020, under the National Forest Plantation Development Program and the Ghana Forest Plantation Strategy, some 588,000 hectares of plantation have been established. Again, through the Youth Reforestation Program, we are committed to reclaiming some 7.6 million hectares of degraded forests and farmlands. Government is committed to promoting climate adaptation activities. We will collaborate with the Global Center on Adaptation in close collaboration with the African Development Bank in pioneering solutions on how to build durable infrastructure and supporting African cities to guard against the impact of climate change. We are also working with the private sector with the assistance of the Green Climate Fund to establish a multi-million-dollar green fund to support our climate adaptation interventions. We shall, Mr. Speaker, in addition, work with our traditional authorities and districts to issue innovative mini-muni adaptation bonds to address issues of reclamation and reforestation in their specific localities. This will be innovative and the first in Africa. From 2024 and beyond, we aim to reduce emissions by some 10 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent in the cocoa forest landscape. Through the implementation of the Ghana Cocoa Forest RED program, one of the 5 ecological landscape-tailored programs in Ghana's RED Plus strategy. Government, through her nationally determined contribution in the forestry sector, is committed to supporting the global target of halving emissions by 2030 and attaining neutrality by 2050. Ghana is also committed to the Forest Agriculture Commodity Trade Fact dialogue process, and she affirms her resolve to support the development implementation of the FACT roadmap actions. We are determined to operationalize the timber legality assurance system as part of the forest law enforcement governance and trade processes, which will enable us to track wood electronically to ensure that only legally compliant timber is allowed into any market. Mr. Speaker, government will continue its transformative flagship programs. In education, Mr. Speaker, the government continue the implementation of the government's flagship free SHS program. A total of 425,000 first-year students enrolled, bringing the total intake to 1.26 million students. In addition, first-year students receive the underlisted items as part of the implementation of the free SHS program: 4 million exercise books, 1.8 million notebooks, 395,000 physical education kits, 1.7 million cartridge arch paper, 35,000 water-based acrylic paints, 28,000 technical drawing boards, and 28,000 sets of technical instruments. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, we completed 118 projects made out of classroom, dormitory, administration-built libraries, and canteens at the secondary education level. The number of completed projects under the free senior high school infrastructure intervention stands at 657 out of a total of 1,119 projects from GET Fund and other funding sources. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana School Feeding Program fed some 3.5 million pupils in 10,832 public-based schools, with one hot nutritious meal every school-going day in 2021. This number will increase to all primary school students in the coming year. The program provided employment for some 32,496 caterers and created a ready market for local farmers. Mr. Speaker, the LEAP program paid 5 cycles of cash grants to 344,000 households and registered 76% of all LEAP beneficiaries onto the National Health Insurance Scheme. In 2022, government will facilitate the disbursement of the bi-monthly cash grants to beneficiaries. LEAP beneficiaries assessed to be above the extreme poverty line will be graduated into a productive livelihood inclusion program. Mr. Speaker, government has rolled out an aggressive vaccination program to protect Ghanaian lives from COVID-19. Sustained efforts have seen about 2 million Ghanaians receiving a single dose of 825,706 fully vaccinated as of September 2021. We will not relent, Mr. Speaker, until our goal of vaccinating 20 million Ghanaians is attained. Our supply of some 9 million vaccines are now assured and will mobilize to meet this goal to protect our people. Mr. Speaker, in line with the vision to improve equitable access to health facilities, the government will accelerate the implementation of Agenda 111, Mr. Speaker, comprising 101 district hospitals, 7 regional hospitals, and 3 psychiatric hospitals. Mr. Speaker, already we have 50% of contractors having been given and handed over their cadastral plans and hospital sites for them to begin work. The government works in housing. The government will initiate a program to subsidize the cost of horizontal site and services development in selected areas. On the supply side, traditional authorities and districts will provide land to developers, and tax incentives and exemptions will come from government. On the demand side, government is establishing a national home ownership fund to support mortgage schemes and REITs, while also promoting rent-to-own schemes in the country. To scale up, we commence engagement with participating financial institutions to promote residential rent-to-own schemes and to support the development of a private sector mortgage refinancing institution. With the support of the Obatampa Ghana Cares program, the National Home Ownership Fund is facilitate the use of innovative products to tap into pension funds and other long-term funds to support home ownership in Ghana. Trade and industry. A total of 278 1D1F projects are at various stages of implementation, out of which 106 factories are operational. The companies that are currently operational have created a total of 156,782 direct and indirect jobs, 17,451 of which were created in 2021. It is expected, Mr. Speaker, that the completion of the 1D1F projects currently under construction and in the pipeline will create additional 131,817 direct and indirect jobs in 134 districts across the country. Mr. Speaker, trading under the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement commenced on 1st January 2021, and Ghana was the first country to establish a customs procedure code to facilitate trading under AFCFTA. A comprehensive national policy and action plan aimed at assisting medium to large-scale companies in Ghana to export to the AFCFTA market was developed and is being implemented. To this end, 180 companies were identified to receive support to export under the AFCFTA and other preferential trade agreement areas. Mr. Speaker, food and agriculture. To increase productivity and incomes, as well as improve livelihoods of beneficiary farmers, the government procured and distributed some 31,797 metric tons of improved seeds as of September 2021. In addition, 259,500 metric tons of various fertilizers were also distributed to planting for food and jobs beneficiaries across the country. Mr. Speaker, under the Savannah Agriculture Productivity Improvement Project, the government developed 1,000 hectares of farmland in Badimblesi, Kojokwe, and Janko for rice production, which are estimated to yield about 40% above the national average production of 2.5 to 3 metric tons in lowland valleys. Mr. Speaker, to ensure safe launching and landing of artisanal fishing, as well as create and maintain hygienic environment and job opportunities within the fishing communities, government will continue with the construction of the 14 fishing landing sites, which are various stages of completion. Government expects to complete approximately 60% of this in 2022. Mr. Speaker, to improve revenue generation and management at the local level, government rolled out the district-level revenue DL-Rev software in 114 metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies across the country. In 2022, we will roll out the software in the remaining MMDAs to improve on their revenue mobilization. Infrastructure for Poverty Eradication Program. Mr. Speaker, government will focus on completing the almost 5,000 ongoing projects under the Infrastructure for Poverty Eradication Program in 2020. So far, a total of 30 out of the 1,000 mechanized water systems, as well as 507 small F dams out of the 560 targeted, have been completed under the One Village, One Dam initiative. All the 50 rural markets targeted under the agriculture component have been completed. Furthermore, 451 additional constituency projects, which cut across all sectors such as health, education, agriculture, roads, and security, have been concluded and are in use by the beneficiary communities. Mr. Speaker, we commit to completing all the projects in the next 2 years. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, Ghana will participate in the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham and continue preparatory activities towards organizing and hosting the 13th Africa Games in Accra in 2023. Government will procure sports logistics and equipment and begin the construction of a new multi-purpose sports hall, hostel facilities, and Olympic-sized swimming pool at Boteman in Accra. Mr. Speaker, some stadia across the country were renovated in 2021 and at various stages of completion as follows. Accra Sports Stadium, 98%, Phase 1 of Babayara Stadium, 98%, Esipon Stadium, 90% complete, Cape Coast Stadium, 60%. In 2022, government will continue the construction of the Abreu and the new Edubiasi Sports Stadia, as well as commence the rehabilitation of the Sunyani Coronation Park Stadium. Mr. Speaker, government continues to expand power generation capacity to meet domestic, commercial, and industrial needs of customers. In this regard, construction work on the 200 megawatt phase of the 400 megawatt early power project continued in 2021. Construction works for Stage 1A are 99.7% complete, and works for the Stage 18 combined cycle are 93% complete. In 2022, a joint venture partner will be engaged to undertake the repowering of the T3 power project with VRA. Mr. Speaker, to ensure power is affordable for industrial, commercial, and residential use, government in collaboration with key stakeholders continued with the renegotiation and restructuring of power purchase agreements. Government has reached agreements with some IPPs to convert power plants to tolling structures, switch to natural gas, as well as reduce tariffs. This is expected to result in considerable savings to government and the nation over the remaining lifespan of the PPAs. These savings are expected to come from a combination of reduced capacity and energy charges across the portfolio. Mr. Speaker, In pursuit of the President's aspiration to achieve universal coverage of electricity by 2024, a total of 162 communities were connected to the national grid, thereby increasing national electricity asset rate from 85.7% in 2020 to 86.63% in 2021. Connections to another 512 communities are at various stages of completion. In 2022, we'll work to complete many such projects, and approximately 800 towns will be connected to the national grid under the SHIP 4, SHIP 5, and turnkey projects. The government, Mr. Speaker, is committed to using indigenous entrepreneurs to complete these projects. Additionally, government will select 2,401 communities with a population of 400 and above to be connected to the national grid. Mr. Speaker, as part of the strategy to electrify island communities and hard-to-reach areas with renewable energy technologies, the construction of 3 mini-grids at Azepe, Aflevi, and Alopem Islands in the Adan East District of the Greater Accra region commenced and are expected to be completed in 2022. In addition, the government will construct 10 mini-grids in 10 island communities, as well as supply and install solar home systems in 20 island and lakeside communities in 2022. Mr. Speaker, on roads, we have found through this tax a reliable method of funding our roads. As at the end of September 2021, routine maintenance was carried out on 21,165 kilometers of the trunk road network, 6,265 kilometers of the feeder road network, and 2,937 kilometers of the urban road network. Mr. Speaker, development works progressed steadily on several major projects. The Pokwa interchange under the Accra Urban Transport Project, which involved the construction of a 4-tier interchange, the only one in Africa, construction of 12 kilometers of selected roads, segregated walkways, footbridges, underpasses, and drainage structures was completed and commissioned on July 9, 2021. Major pipeline projects that are expected to take off in 2022 include Accra-Kumasi dualization, Kumasi South and Western Bypass, Kumasi Outer Ring Road, Mamfikoforidia Road, Oyibi Dodua Somenya Kuse Junction Road, Accra Outer Ring Road, Asuchari Junction Volleyball Bridge, Eastern Corridor Road, Solar War Road, construction of 5 interchanges in the Greater Kumasi metropolitan area, including Swame, Santase, Airport Runabout, and Oforikrom. Mr. Speaker, in addition, our public-private partnership program for the financing, construction, and management of road infrastructure has 3 projects at different stages of preparation. Accra-Tema Motorway PPP projects, the financing arrangements are being completed and construction will commence in 2022. Accra Cape Coast Takoradi PPP projects, the feasibility study is being finalized. The final feasibility study report will provide key inputs into the Abidjan-Lagos Corridor project. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Infrastructure and Investment Fund, Mr. Speaker, will be looking at financing most of these PPP roads as government gives them support and have efficiency in its delivery. Mr. Speaker, for road safety, government in 2022 will increase and maintain traffic signals. In addition, road safety hazard sites are also expected to be created. This will be complemented with aggressive public education and enforcement of traffic regulations. Mr. Speaker, on security, in accordance with the Cybersecurity Act 2020 at 1038, the Cybersecurity Authority was officially inaugurated on 1st October 2021. With the passage of the Act, CSA will execute the various functions enshrined in the Act. Government will develop a critical Information Infrastructure Database, Government Digitalization Initiatives Database, and as well develop and implement a cyber risk management framework. The Accra Initiative Secretariat was established during the year. The initiative is an effort of 5 ECOWAS member states, Ghana, Togo, Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, and Burkina Faso, at sharing intelligence to combat and counter terrorism and associated criminal activities. In 2022, government will continue with the retooling of the intelligence agencies, the military, and departments and agencies under the Ministry of Interior, especially the police, with modern tools and software for improved communication and enhanced intelligence collection and analysis, including an armada of drones to protect our borders. In addition, we will pursue a policy of expansion of surveillance capabilities through the installation of more CCTV cameras systems nationwide. Mr. Speaker, this budget is crucial for a sustained recovery and transformation to a Ghana beyond aid and an entrepreneurial nation. It requires a careful realignment and rebalancing of our needs, our wants, and aspirations as a nation. This will also require burden sharing and the promotion of an entrepreneurial culture. We have extensively engaged and built partnerships of trust for the implementation of the policies presented in this budget. Mr. Speaker, this budget has outlined the plans of His Excellency the President and his government to continue tackling the devastating impact of the pandemic on our economy and the fiscal impact on our debt sustainability efforts. We have committed to bold and credible revenue and expenditure measures to achieve a new and more sustainable macro-fiscal balance, a path of fiscal consolidation to ensure access to international capital markets, empower the private sector to expand and create jobs, an unprecedented and historic comprehensive 10 billion cedi initiative to improve access to finance skills and promote entrepreneurship amongst our youth and to support the private sector. Continued implementation of our flagship programs to improve the living standards of our people, strategic investments through the Obatampa program to revitalize and transform the structure of our economy, and initiatives, Mr. Speaker, to advance digitalization to boost efficiency in our transactions. So, Mr. Speaker, the enablers of digitalization and ICT economy, finance, and skills training are boldly illustrated in this budget. Having steered our nation through the most difficult and uncertain period in our country's history and the worst crisis since World War II globally, and with Ghanaians renewing their mandate for His Excellency the President, I can assure you that the commitment of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to improve the living standards of fellow Ghanaians and to create a self-confident country that is in charge of its destiny remains his #1 priority. Mr. Speaker, he cannot do it alone. He will count on us standing with him to achieve Ghana's manifest destiny with greatness. Mr. Speaker, in his book, The Song Bird, Tony DeMello tells the following story. A man found an eagle's egg and put it in the nest of a barnyard hen. The eaglet hatched with a brood of chicks and grew up with them. All his life, the eagle did what the barnyard chicks did, thinking he was a barnyard chick. He scratched the air for worms and insects, he clacked and cackled, and he would thrash his wings and fly a few feet into the air. Years passed, and the old eagle grew very old. One day he saw a magnificent bird above him in the cloudless sky. It glided in graceful majesty among the powerful wind currents, with scarcely a beat of its strong golden wings. The old grounded eagle looked up in awe. "Who is that?" he asked. "That's the eagle," the king of the birds said his neighbor. "He belongs to the sky, we belong to the earth, we are chickens." So the eagle lived and died a chicken, for that's what he thought he was. Mr. Speaker, we are eagles. We must eschew language of poverty of aspiration and reject the 10 spies who want us to go back to Egypt. We are God's people, meant for greatness, and let us fly. Mr. Speaker, we promised to reduce the suffering of Ghanaians when we came into office, and we did just that when we came into office. Specifically, let me tell you what the government of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has done. We reduced electricity taxes cumulatively by 10.9% compared to a cumulative increase of 264% under the NDC. We provided free water for households for April, May, and June of 2020. We doubled the capitation grant from 4.5 to 10 cedis. We established the Nation Builders Corps of 100,000 graduates to build the job skills of our graduates to be absorbed into the workforce. We created jobs and stopped the freeze on recruitment in the public sector. Over 295,000 people were recruited. We abolished fees for postgraduate medical training in Ghana. We increased the share of DSCL to persons with disabilities by 50%. We exempted carrier from market tolls. We ensured the implementation of our pledge of employing 50% of the persons who manage the country's toll booths from among persons with disabilities. We expanded the leap by 150,000 beneficiaries. We expanded school feeding program from 1.6 million children to 3.4 and now increasing it to over 4 million. We were able to restore teacher and nurses training allowance. We abolished the 3-month pay policy for teachers. We absorbed the cost of BEC and WASIT term exam registrations. We abolished or reduced 15 taxes, including excise duty on petroleum, VAT on financial services, real estate, domestic airline tickets, etc. We made it easier to apply for a common passport. We made it easier to apply for a license. We made it easier and quicker to apply for and obtain pensions in 10 days. We made it easier to buy electricity from your mobile phone. We made it easier to apply for scholarships. We made it easier to send and receive money through mobile money interoperability. We made it easier to open a traditional bank account using your Ghana card. No guarantor is now required to obtain student loans. The Ghana card is sufficient. We reduced corruption associated with obtaining public services by digitization of service delivery. We saved the NHIS from collapse by reducing arrears to service providers. We provided 600 million COVID fund for small businesses. We made it easier for the renewal of NHIS membership through mobile phones. We made it easier to register a business. We made it easier to clear goods from the ports through the paperless process. We made it easier to apply for a construction permit. We have reduced inflation. We have reduced bank lending rates. We have reduced depreciation of the cedi. Allowance of security personnel at UN peacekeeping missions increased from $31 to $35. We have spent $21 billion to save the deposits of 4.7 million depositors. We have implemented free TVET. Mr. Speaker, let us remember what we have achieved with 2 fish and 5 loaves even in these 5 years, and strive boldly, Mr. Speaker, and confidently to build our entrepreneurial nation. It is remarkable, Mr. Speaker, what we have been able to do with our debt in these 5 years. We have implemented, of course, the free senior high school initiative. Mr. Speaker, While we have not eliminated suffering, we have done more in terms of social intervention than any other government since 1992, and certainly more in this regard than the NDC governments. We will therefore continue to work towards mitigating the burdens imposed on by the global impact of COVID-19 on Ghanaians, as we also commit to tackle the social ills of expenditure control, corruption, recurring leakages, and low productivity. We shall work with labor and employers to institute a National Labor Conference to promote productivity in all its forms. Mr. Speaker, with his renewed mandate, His Excellency the President is resolute that in the next 3 years he will establish a stronger and more stable economy, an entrepreneurial nation that empowers young people to be bold, innovative, proactive, and dynamic to contribute to the transformation of our country. Mr. Speaker, in addition to continuing the implementation of our flagship programs, we will scale up interventions under the 100 billion Ghana Obatampa program, especially in the agriculture and industrial sectors, and the Youth Start agenda. In 2022, Mr. Speaker, through this budget, we will activate the 10 billion Youth Start program nationwide to promote skills and entrepreneurship among our youth. We will continue to support the private sector to expand and provide employment opportunities for our people. We will build up our financial architecture to be responsible and to be world-class. We will prioritize the completion of ongoing projects in health, education, and the housing sectors to drive social mobility and transformation. We will leverage up the AFCFTA Secretariat to become a regional hub in all sectors of the economy. Among others, we will continue to ramp up our revenue mobilization efforts to enable us to secure quality living standards. We will continue to subject all public expenditure to thorough justification in line with the PFM Act to ensure value for money for every cedi spent. We will aggressively continue with road construction to connect communities, markets, and people. We will continue to advance digitalization to improve convenience for Ghanaians and create a modern, efficient, digitized economy. We will continue to promote science, technology, and innovation to build competencies for a resilient future. We will continue to reposition our economy through our Regional Hubs program to optimize the opportunities in the sub-region and continent. We will continue, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that our climate policies and our gender policies are first class. We will continue to resource our security agencies to defend and protect Ghana and Ghanaians. We will continue to reform the energy sector, promote climate resilience, and drive the adaptation of renewable energy technologies. Mr. Speaker, Scripture teaches us that the process of building a nation is in phases. We learn from the story of the biblical Israel that life in the wilderness is very different from the promised land. In the desert, God freely provided for the necessities of the young nation: food, water, clothing. When the nation transitioned into their promised land, God enabled them to cultivate farms and build enterprises for themselves and their country. We, Mr. Speaker, can draw lessons from this ancient story for our national quest. Building on the foundations laid by the earlier MPP government of President John Kufuor, the current MPP administration, under the bold and visionary leadership of President Akufo-Addo, has revamped their economy, enhanced social mobility, strengthened our democratic credentials, and illuminated the Black Star like no one else since independence. Today, we want to lead our young men and women to their promised land, an entrepreneurial nation of burden sharers. It is time to cross the Jordan, and as FDR said in his inaugural address, we have nothing to fear but fear itself. With the interventions we offer through this budget and with an understanding of burden sharing, we shall unleash a new cadre of entrepreneurs and nation builders. We want to thank this august House, Mr. Speaker, for the continuous support we have been receiving over the years. We will count on you for approval and support to implement the budget for the transformation of our country. We are also appreciative of the numerous stakeholders for providing useful insights and perspectives in shaping this budget. So as we end, Mr. Speaker, let us ask Jehovah to bless us and keep us. Let Jehovah make his face shine upon us and be gracious unto us. May Jehovah lift his countenance upon us and give us peace, and bless us as children and our nation Ghana to be great and strong. Mr. Speaker, I present to you the Ajinkwa budget. Right Honourable Speaker, I pledge to move.
Honourable members, order. Honourable members, I'm going to start mentioning names. Order. Honourable members, in accordance with the standing orders, Order 143, debate on the motion shall stand adjourned to a date not less than 3 days after the presentation. I hereby direct that a part of the budget relating to the ministries and constitutional bodies shall stand committed respectively to the committees responsible for the subject matter, to which the heads of the estimates relate, for consideration and report in accordance with Order 144. Furthermore, any part of the budget relating to revenue, expenditure, shall stand committed to the Finance Committee in accordance with Order 140, sub 5. Yes, leaders of the House, any indication? Honourable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have heard the Honourable Minister for Finance, Ken Ofori-Atta, on the 2022 budget statement. Mr. Speaker, Chrono Ayesh, the system is hot. To wait, the system may not be able to bear the hardship. Literally, the system is hot, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it's only the Honourable Ken Ofori-Atta who ironically eases burdens, to quote his words, that they are not, there is no illusion about the suffering of Ghanaians, yet he is imposing further suffering, imposing a 1.75 Momo electronic banking tax. So it's only Ken Ofori-Atta who eases suffering with imposition of new taxes targeted at 15 billion Ghana cedis within this period. But Mr. Speaker, with this promise of unsustainable debt, increased suffering and hardships beyond CST, communication service tax and VAT, is bringing in e-transaction levies that he will reverse the gains of financial inclusion. But Mr. Speaker, we are not in a haste to debate him. And why you project revenue from 53 billion to 80 billion within 1 year, the market have listened to you. Ghanaians have listened to you. This budget does not end any suffering. You will be credited in the Guinness Book of Records for borrowing more than any other minister under the Fourth Republic. Mr. Speaker, with that, I will not hesitate to second the motion for adjournment. I will not hesitate. I will allow the leader of government business, who himself today is not too smiling. The vice president, the chairhead, is not here today because of acting capacity. We've advised him to grow beyond coming to chair a minister for finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think for the avoidance of doubt, it's important to clear the statement that has been made by the minority leader in respect of the acting president's absence from the chamber. The vice president, as we do know, is the head of the economic management team, and at budget, the Speaker, he has always been with us. Today, he's not with us. And the reason is simple. The Speaker, today, he is the acting president, and because he's the acting president, and because it is a president who causes the finance minister to come and present the budget to the House, the president cannot be in the House. Mr. Speaker, that is for the uninitiated. That is for the uninitiated. That is the technical position. Mr. Speaker, if the president comes to this House, once the president comes to this House, as you do know, the maize will have to be subsumed into the sword of the state. Because when he comes to speak to us. And because the president will not be speaking to us. Because so people should understand this. People should understand this. And for those of them who don't understand this simple thing, I'm sorry for them. It means they have not learned any parliamentary practice.
Order. Honorable Member for Sojamine, I can see you conducting a choir. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader. Baby mama. Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Minority Chief Whip, I'm waiting on you to bring calm to your side, then we'll continue. Let me inform you. Honorable members on the minority side, let me inform you that the instruction Mr. Speaker gave me was to have anybody who disrupts proceedings removed by the marshal. That was the Speaker's instruction. It was given in the presence of members. And I will not hesitate to do that. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader, if you may conclude.
Why do they do that? Speaker, I believe the good people of this country will get to know that when the minority leader addresses this house, the majority side listens to him in silence. Exactly. When the majority leader gets up to address the house, they elect not to listen. The good people of this country will learn. Mr. Speaker, in consonance with Order 140, sub 3, as we said, the debate on the budget will stand adjourned until Tuesday, the 23rd of November. Mr. Speaker, that really is the result of the discussion that leadership held this morning. Mr. Speaker, this nation must develop COVID-19 or no COVID-19. Yet, recognizably, COVID-19 has effected considerable devastation on the economy, and the economy is distressed. Business have collapsed, jobs have been lost, lives indeed have been lost. And yet, paradoxically, as we do know, a government is put in place not to explain away problems, but to solve the problems. The Speaker, that indeed is the purpose of what exercise the Minister for Finance has done today. This budget, the Speaker, is set to give this country a new beginning, a watershed budget that will mark a new beginning for us as a country, to break away from the past and give Ghanaians a new beginning. The Speaker, the many initiatives contained in the budget are clear for everybody to know. The Speaker, the Minister has not shied away from admitting that there are indeed downsides to our development agenda. The Speaker, for those of them who are asking what I'm debating, they should have asked the minority leader the same person. They should have asked the minority leader the same person. When you bring the fight, you will push the fight back to you. If you don't have the courage, don't initiate it.
Yes, and you'll be crying like this. Crying like this.
Mr. Speaker, so there are many initiatives, but as I indicated, the day for the debate hasn't yet dawned. I want to believe that on Tuesday, the 23rd of November, the House would brace itself to a very robust debate. And I believe that the truth would come out. Not propaganda. The truth will come out for Ghanaians to know. The Speaker, this budget is not a propaganda budget. That is why it is not a green book. It is why it is not a green book. The Speaker, so we'll debate it when the time arises. The Speaker having said so, because the time is long past 2 o'clock, it's the usual closing time, we don't need a motion for adjournment. Adjourning, Mr. Speaker, lies with you, and I believe that we would adjourn the House so that we can move to ponder over what we have done. And Mr. Speaker, we have agreed, by way of announcement, we have agreed Okay. That the post-budget workshop.
I'll get hold of it. I'll punish you. You. I said, I'm going. Help me at the peril.
As I was saying, the post-budget workshop will hold in Hull, and we are told that the facility may not be available in the morning of Saturday, so the post-budget workshop will begin in earnest in the afternoon of Saturday, and for us at home. And the adjournment for today, Mr. Speaker, because of an earlier commitment, the adjournment for today until tomorrow, the sitting for tomorrow will not begin at 10, but rather begin at 12 o'clock in the noon. 12 o'clock noon time tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, let me also say that the Women Caucus are supposed to hold themselves in readiness for a group photograph soon after we adjourn. A group photograph, the Women Caucus. The same goes for leadership of the House. For some particular reason, the Women Caucus, all of you together, will have a group photograph immediately we adjourn, and the same goes for leadership. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, as I said, adjournment rests with you. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, honorable members, before I adjourn the House, let me repeat this announcement that the Women Caucus and the leadership of the House are required to take photographs for the 2022 calendar Parliament. Please note that it is immediately after adjournment. On that note, the House is adjourned to tomorrow at 12 noon. 12 noon.
Oh, but you cool nice.
Ghana Export Promotion Authority, Ghana has a deficit or a market of about 15 billion.
Implies increase in expenditure. And so, you see, they are talking about, when they mention that they are scrapping roads, there's something bigger, something unpleasant that they are bringing on board. Momo is now the game of the day, and it penetrates to the rural areas, the unbanked population. They use Momo. So if you are taxing that one, and you are rather cancelling road tolls whose incidents fall on vehicle owners, it means that it is not a pro-people budget at all. You are taxing the very... I'm saying that you don't maximize revenue at the expense of people who are overtaxed. If you want social justice and social equity, you look at, in terms like this, you look at which taxes you talk about, whose incidents will fall on those who have. Because our principle is that from each according to his means and to each according to his needs. So those who have money in difficulties like this, you tax those ones, and then those who can barely make ends meet, you give them some stimulus package. But they are rather doing the opposite. So cancelling the road toll and then bringing e-tax is a very regressive move. I am happy that they spoke about the need to tap into property rate. Of course, that is a very progressive way of taxing, because there is real estate boom in the economy, and many of the properties have not been valued for centuries and so on. It is an area that must be tapped rather than introducing...
Thank you very much.
General, I'm interested.
Come, Anand, come. You should come and stand there. Anand, come here. Come and stand here. Come, yes. Come and stand here.
Ladies and gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen of the press, I have the singular honor to introduce to you our ranking member on finance, who will, for the time being, before the commencement of the debate on the budget policy principles, state and share with the Ghanaian people and the Ghanaian public our immediate responses to the deception of Ken Ofori-Atta. I do not intend to take the wind out of his sail. Just one in this budget statement, the minister indicated that $800 million of $1 billion is being appropriated for a so-called development bank, not established by Parliament, appropriation not by Parliament, but by his whims and caprices. We have taken parliamentary and judicial notice of that conduct. So without much ado, the Honorable Atuforsen will speak to the text, the theme, and the issues in the budget. Honorable Atuforsen, supported by his deputy ranking this way. Again, so go ahead.
Proceed. Good afternoon, colleagues and members of the press corps. Let me start by saying that I had always anticipated and had the fear that this budget would introduce some hardship. But unfortunately, I never anticipated that the magnitude of the hardships that this budget will introduce will be so high. Ladies and gentlemen, our finance minister has just presented the budget statement and the financial statement policy of the Akufo-Addo government for the year 2022. Pending the debate on the details of the budget in Parliament, and obviously the full analysis of the final economic outturn for 2021 in the first quarter of the year, the minority in Parliament wishes to make the following initial comment. Number one, the 2022 budget has been presented at a time when the Ghanaian economy is in deep crisis and is indeed in complete shambles. The key issues affecting the economy in the run-up to the presentation of this budget includes the following. Number one, huge and unsustainable public debt leading to the loss of access to the international financial market, deteriorating credit ratings, and a complete loss of confidence in the Ghanaian economy. Number two, unprecedented budget deficit of 15.6% and primary deficit of 8.8% in the year 2020, which has led to more borrowings. Number three, severe hardships and extreme high cost of living caused by the imposition of a raft of taxes. Number four, rapid depreciation of the Ghanaian currency. Number five, ever-increasing fuel prices and general food inflation. Number seven, massive unemployment. Number eight, large arrears accumulation and non-payment of contractors' owings. And above all, poor quality of government expenditure and the misuse of our scarce resources on ostentation and creature comfort of government officials. Number two, it was obviously imperative for the 2022 budget to respond to some of these critical challenges facing us and to bring the economy back on track. Unfortunately, what has just been presented falls far below what is required, and the crisis within the economy is set to deepen for the following reasons. The first one is indeed the fiscal development and the missed target in the 2022 budget. The 2021 budget indeed set the following macroeconomic targets. The first one was that the overall real GDP growth will be at least 5%. Non-oil real GDP growth would have been 6.7%. End period inflation will be 8%. Fiscal deficit, they had projected 9.5%. They also projected that the primary deficit will be 1.3% of GDP, and the gross international reserves to cover will be up to 4 months of import cover. They also projected tax revenue of 72.5 billion. But even as we await the NDR outturns after the first quarter of next year, there is ample evidence in the provisional outturn presented in the budget for the first 3 quarters of the year to show that many of these targets will be indeed missed. Already, inflation for October 2021 is 11%. This clearly shows that inflation has been derailed, and as we speak, we have lost the target by about 3 percentage points. Also, revenue is underperforming, with a shortfall of 4 billion recorded by the 3rd quarter of this year. Based on this trend, we are most likely to miss the 72.4 billion target set in the 2021 budget. Now, the major issue again that is confronting us is the issue of debt sustainability. In fact, according to the Minister of Finance, Ghana's public debt stood at 341.76 billion Ghana cedis as of September 2021. This is what he just told us. This marks an increase of 221.76 billion over the 120 billion they inherited in the year 2017, with a debt to GDP ratio of 56%. This huge increase is as a result of borrowing occasioned by a record 15.6% deficit and a primary balance of 8.8% in the year 2020. The huge and unsustainable debt overhang has led Ghana to lose access to the international financial market due to total loss of confidence in our ability to meet further debt service obligation. Again, we had expected that the 2022 budget will show clear signs of how government intends to reduce the public debt and regain the confidence of the investors. Unfortunately, the budget presented by the finance minister does not offer much hope that this one is going to happen. In view of the above, we project that the public debt will hit 355 billion Ghana cedis by the end of December 2021, representing 82% of GDP, which is the highest since EPIC. Again, the budget indicated that the situation will worsen in the year 2022, as the public debt will reach 426 billion at the end of the year 2022, representing 85% of GDP. Based on the trend, we in the minority concur with Fitch recent projections that the general government debt to GDP is going to rise up to 90% by the year 2023. Honorable members and colleagues from the media, let me also say that one major item of concern to most Ghanaians has to do with the hardships and high cost of living. Ghanaians are currently going through unbearable hardships, pains and suffering due to the mismanagement of this economy. The hardship stems directly from rising cost of living, constant increases in prices of basic items, fuel price increases and excessive taxation. By way of a reminder, the following taxes and levies have been imposed by the Bawumia-led economic management team since the year 2017 to the year 2021. A clear promise to reduce taxation during the 2016 election campaign has indeed failed. But let me start by calling out some of these taxes that they have actually imposed on the ordinary Ghanaian. Number one, we recall that they increased VAT by 5%. This happened when they decoupled the national health insurance and the get fund levies. They also introduced what we call the luxury tax levy. They introduced a 3% VAT flat rate. They introduced sanitation tax. Introduced what we call the price stabilization recovery levy on fuels by 40%. And again, they actually increased the UPPF levy by 167%, also from 2017 to the year 2016, to the year 2021. Colleagues, let me say that makes it 14. But that was not the end. This government introduced the boss margin and increased it by 3 pesos to 9 pesos, representing 200% increase. And then number 15, the fuel marking levy has also been increased by another 233%. Together with other non-tax revenue sources, the government has received an amount of 249.3 billion Ghana cedis in tax revenue alone from January 2017 to September 2021, added to 221 billion in debt additions, in debt that they have borrowed. Let me say that this government has over 461 billion at its disposal. But unfortunately, these resources has been squandered on misguided consumption expenditure, especially in the 2020 election year, creating a huge hole in our finances. In a desperate bid to plug this hole, it is sad to know that the Bawumia-led economic management team has sought to impose more suffering and pain on the ordinary Ghanaian by punishing them with additional devastating taxes and other fiscal measures in the budget. This has aimed at raising additional tax of 15 billion Ghana cedis. In fact, it will surprise you to note that from the evidence presented to us in the budget statement, this government is increasing tax revenue by 25 billion Ghana cedis in one single year. Among others, this government has done a catastrophic reversal of the populist benchmark values discount despite loud protestations from the sector players, importers and other Ghanaian public. The reversal of the benchmark values discount will immediately result in 25 to 30% increase in the prices of essential imported commodities, which will make life almost impossible to live for millions of Ghanaian households. This Christmas, ladies and gentlemen, will go down as the most bitter and painful for Ghanaians as they will struggle to put food on the table for their families due to the draconian fiscal and tax policies that has been introduced by the Akufo-Addo-Bawumia government. Let me say that all these justifications by the Vice President given to us by the Vice President that the discount is going to increase the port volumes has proven to be a propaganda and cheap politicking. He has completely failed Ghanaians with his misleading claim on the economy. It is with this note that at this point I will announce some of the tax measures that we have seen in the budget. As it was not enough, the following taxes has been imposed on Ghanaians in the year 2022. First, we are hearing that they are going to introduce the electronic transaction levy, affecting mobile money taxes, mobile money transactions, and bank transfers, and an inflows in remittance. So simply put, what this government seeks to do is that from January 2021, January 2022, every single remittance from anybody living abroad to your mother, to your father, and for the purposes of your investment is going to attract taxes from this administration. We think this is not acceptable, and we will advise ourselves when the time comes. Again, we are seeing that they are going to introduce a special tax on mobile money. We have served notice through our minority leader that the minority caucus of Ghana's parliament will stand by Ghanaian, the ordinary Ghanaian, in opposing this Momo tax. Let me also say that we have seen a 15% increase in all government fees and charges, and we think that that is a bit too much, and the government may need to think about it. These new tax measures will bring great suffering to Ghanaians who have already been choked with taxes. The electronic transaction levy will not only increase the hardships, but will significantly compromise inward remittance, which is relied upon heavily by many Ghanaian households. We wish to assure the people of Ghana, proving to us, after what has proven to be the empty assurance by our Vice President, that the city has been arrested and the keys has been given to the IGP for safekeeping. It is unfortunate that today Ghana City has recorded massive depreciation to the extent that the cedi is trading at 6 cedis 35 pesos from the 3 cedis 90 pesos that they inherited in the year 2017. We have also seen that the pound sterling has also depreciated to 8 cedis 46 pesos. And then we've seen the euro depreciating to 7 cedis 28 pesos. On the issue of unemployment, which is a major issue confronting millions of Ghanaians, especially the youth in this country. It is sad to note that this government has not presented to us any major measure in the budget that would deal with the youth unemployment situation. All what we have seen in the budget statement indeed is empty sloganeering, to the extent that they are not telling us exactly what they are trying to do. So we, the members of the minority, wish to state that going forward, we are going to ensure that this budget indeed provide some hope to the Ghanaian youth in terms of job creation. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that we have seen huge arrest accumulation. Unfortunately, what is in the budget alone talks about the fact that they are going to pay only 1.9 billion Ghana cedis in tax in arrest. We are aware that government owes arrest of about 30 billion Ghana cedis. 30 billion Ghana cedis. Yet they had only apportioned 1.9 billion Ghana cedis in the budget for the purposes of arrest payment. We have also seen that there was a huge wastage in public resources. The office of the president alone, the office of government machinery, we have seen an amount allocated to the office of the president representing 3 billion Ghana cedis as expenditure to be spent at the office of the president. Let us serve this warning that we in the minority insist that going forward we will demand breakdown of this expenditure. We are also serving notice that until the minister responsible for national security appears before us to answer the question relating to the president's travel with private jet, the office of the president's budget will not be approved by us. And then to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, let me do this summation. We in the minority had hoped that the terrible state of the economy will compel this government to propose policies in the budget that addresses the most pressing concerns of unsustainable debt, hardships, high cost of living, fiscal indiscipline, unemployment, arrest clearance, and misuse of public resources. To our surprise, and the people of Ghana's surprise, the Akufo-Addo government has failed to show that they have no solution. They have solution to these problems in this budget. This budget is not responsive to the most important issues affecting the people of Ghana. The people of Ghana have been left entirely to their fate and have to brace themselves for even more severe hardships this Christmas, going into this Christmas and the new year. Unemployment is expected to rise. Our debt to GDP is also expected to rise. The debt levels are also expected to rise, and we expect that the investor confidence will continue to be eroded. In these circumstances, it is obvious that the review budget will be required to correct the serious imbalances and distortions that this budget will create. Again, by every indication, this budget will worsen the plight of the ordinary Ghanaian and drive them into hardships, suffering, pains, and poverty. We call on our Vice President, Dr. Bawumia, to walk his lofty talk in opposition and clean up the mess he has created in the Ghanaian economy to ensure that an immediate end is brought to the hardships and suffering of our people. We must admit that these policies has failed, and his policies has failed, and the Ghanaian economy is in deep crisis. We in the NDC will ensure that we do what is required of us by ensuring that every single policy in this budget is actually investigated for us to be able to see its impact on the ordinary Ghanaian before we will consider approving the budget or not. Thank you very much. No, let me just
to our studios in DC. That was a budget that was read by Mr. Kenneth Riata, the Minister for Finance, and was reaction from the minority side. We are in the studio with Habib Adam and Paul Apia Kunedu, economist, to also pick one or two things out of the budget and comment on it. Any initiative or the e-levy or anything that has caught your attention that you want us to comment about. But let me start with you, Habib. We're looking at how to generate revenue.
Yeah.
And toll has been, levy has been cleared.
Yeah.
Now we're talking about e-levy. What exactly is it about? Some say it's mumu, tax on mumu.
Yeah. Yes. You know, earlier on, when we were talking about government difficulty trying to balance the complaints of Ghanaians and then also its revenue, you realize that we're still having some difficulties trying to balance those revenue, and so government had to look at innovative ways of generating the required revenue. Because you realize that, like you talk about the toll levy, how much does it generate? You understand? And then compare that to the queues and the burning of fuel. I mean, you go there, you are only going to pay 50 pesos. Meanwhile, you are in a queue and you burn over 10 streets or even 20 streets fuel there. So what sense does it make? You understand? In all. And how much even come to the kitty from the toll booth? So government thought that probably, this is just my thinking, this is just my opinion, probably it is better to scrap that one and look at the innovative way of raising revenue that affects everybody. I mean, that will get even those who are not paying. Earlier I said that out of the 30 million people, I mean from the presentation, out of the 30.8 million people,
only 2.4
only 2.4 pay taxes. Only 2.4 out of 30. So it means that over 27 million Ghanaians don't pay taxes at all. But today, we all do the Momo. And if you look at the Momo transaction for 2020, it's about 570 billion, 71 billion.
Cedis.
Yeah, cedis in terms of transaction. So let's assume that take 1.7, the 1.7 on
5%.
That's giving you almost 10 billion. You understand? That's almost 10 billion. But we must, the communication must be done appropriately. First is that if you do a transaction that is less than 100 streets a day, you don't pay. If within a month, your total mobile money transaction, it does not exceed 3,000, you don't pay.
So who is paying? The one that is sending or the one receiving?
The one that is sending.
Okay, not the one receiving.
No, it's the one that is sending.
Okay.
So Ghanaians must understand it properly, because I know it's going to become a political game. People are going to play a lot of politics with it. But what is happening is that it's only those, if within the month you have done a transaction of 3,000, then you qualify to pay the tax. But and that is equivalent to almost 100 cedis a day. So Ghana must understand it well. And this 10 billion that is going to be generated from that, approximately, is going to do a lot. You understand? It's going to do a lot. We're talking of reviewing of petroleum taxes and all that. These are some of the ways until we get this property rate and then the rent taxes in the immediate time that we are just recovering from COVID, we need immediate. You see, there are a lot of interventions that government can do, but some of them are long term. You understand, this property rate and all those, it will take a lot of time before, some time before. So the best way is to look at the most convenient way that will affect all those Ghanaians who are not paying the tax. And one of it is just the
let me come to Paul, then we'll look at the fiscal deficit, how they're going to balance it quickly.
Yeah.
About the e-levy, yes.
The e-levy, yeah. I think I like the idea that we are scrapping the toll booth, like he said.
This is because you live beyond the papacy. That's why you're saying that.
not for the fact that I pay, but for the fact that we waste a lot of time in traffic. Productive hours that we could have used.
And some people are going to lose jobs.
Early morning energy. For any government policy, there will be losers and winners, but we are looking at the net effect. Okay. What will be the net impact on the economy? And in terms of,
I was talking about the contractors. Those, they were sublet the contract. So that's what I was looking at.
Yeah. So I think overall the effect will be positive on the economy. So I welcome that. In regards to the electronic tax, I think we were discussing before the budget presentation that one of the key issues we are facing in Ghana is the fact that we have not been able to cast the net wide to cover the informal sector. And I think the e-levy is a way of extending taxes to the informal sector, because now we have almost all SMEs registered for mobile money. And about, I think, like my colleague Habib said, in 2020 we had 17.2 million mobile money subscribers or registrants. So if we have 2.4 million paying taxes, mostly from the formal sector. Now from this 17.2, we have a lot of them coming from the informal sector.
Exactly.
So in a nice way, we've been able to extend the tax nets to cover the informal sector. And if you do the calculation, in 2020, we had 571.8 billion Ghana cedis in mobile money transactions. So let's even assume that we are going to get 1% out of that. That is about 5 billion Ghana cedis, which is quite significant in terms of helping us to step up government revenues to be able to reduce the high and rising public debt. So I think the e-levy is a very important policy that we should all welcome. And the fact that government has even thought about it to make it inclusive. If you are sending less than 100 Ghana, you are excluded. So that means village folks and SME holders who conduct petty transactions on daily basis are excluded. So we can look at it as a kind of progressive tax. The more you send, the more you pay. And we know it's the relatively rich who will be able to send more. And they will pay whilst we are trying to exclude the vulnerable or the poor people from being covered in it. So I think it's progressive and it's very good in terms of innovatively increasing.
All right, now the fiscal deficit. We're now about 13, and we're thinking of trimming it down to about 7.9. 7.9. How feasible is that? Habib, I'll come to you.
Yes, it is possible, depending on how we're able to manage the current fiscal policy that we have introduced, what amount of money will come in, and also how government also manage its expenditure. And the good thing is that, as we have observed this year, I think the Bank of Ghana report, MPC report, indicated that if you look at the business environment, you realize that there's almost a jump, almost about 20% in terms of transaction. You understand, in terms of the business, because comparing from last year, so the economy is opening up. So once the economy is opening,
we go to Parliament right now. I think the Information Minister.
60% of people who transfer money who can afford to do this. Government has, for example, said that in terms of the discount on benchmark values, for some 32 to I think about 40, 45 items, we are reversing it so that you pay the full duties on it, so that the local producer who can produce those items also now has a more competitive pricing regime on the local market. I think that these are the substantive issues. If these are the substantive issues, the question really is, do they answer the questions on the minds of Ghanaians? And I believe that they go a long way to answer the questions on the minds of Ghanaians.
I'm thinking of an austerity budget. People expected a decline in some expenditure lines because we are asking the ordinary Ghanaian or those within the 60% bracket to pay more so that they can help government show up revenue. We're expending some expenditure rationalization measures, but that seemed not to...
First of all, we did not describe this budget as an austerity budget. In fact, if you check, we have increased expenditure into the productive sector of the economy. For example, initiatives like the U-Start initiative of about 1 billion Ghana cedis is not austerity. It's rather expansionary, pumping more money into the Ghana Enterprises Agency, into the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program. The Development Bank of about 600 million is expansionary, making more money available to the financial sector so that they can on-lend to specific sectors. So I think we have to be clear in how we categorize this budget as a first step. As a second step, we've been careful not to overburden the poor. And that is why, despite a lot of calls that we should impose a levy on petroleum so that we can fund roads, the government has resisted that and has instead, yes, removed the road tolls, but opted to go the way of putting a 1.75% on Momo transactions above 100 Ghana cedis. The data shows us that between 30 and 40% of these transactions are done by poor people who are transferring less than 100 Ghana cedis a day. So we've protected them, and at the same time we found an innovative way to mobilize a bit more revenue equitably. We always keep talking about the informal sector is not contributing enough to the tax net. This is a way by which you can bring in the informal sector. So I think that if you balance it out, this is something that's helpful. Also, on the debt management side, you notice that we are bringing down the deficit up to about 7.9% from a little north of 11% because of COVID. We are bringing it down to about 7.9%. We'll go down to about 6% and then finally come to about 5% in the medium term. You put all of that together, and I think that we're off to a good start. The more important thing for me is implementation, that we implement this budget in accordance with how it has been scripted.
According to the minority, looking at the expenditure line is going to increase the debt level, and it has not been stated clearly in the budget how government is working or going to work to reduce the debt levels to...
I've just explained it, and the minister mentioned it, that it is about a fiscal path downwards, restoring the fiscal anchor to 5%, because it's the year-on-year deficit that shows the expansion in your debt situation. So the more you reduce the deficit, the more you slow down the rate of debt accumulation. So if we are coming down from 11+% to about 7.9, going down to about 6 and going down to 5, then we are reducing the rate at which we are accumulating debt as a republic.
If I buy something that VAT need to be paid on that item, and I'm going to use my mobile money to pay, and some amount will be deducted, 1.97 as tax. Isn't that double taxation? 1.75.
No, that's not double taxation. Those are different tax handles.
Isn't that not going to burden the...
Because ordinarily, when you pay, for example, you have national health insurance levy that you pay, and then you also have, let's say, VAT that you pay. That's not double taxation. Those are different tax handles. If it so happens that you are paying both at the same point, it's not necessarily double taxation. What it means is that you are paying the two taxes, or the two taxes are being collected through the same channel.
The minority has indicated because of the introduction of the Momo tax, they are not going to support your side in approving this budget.
I keep telling you, it's not about what the minority is saying. It's about what is in the best interest of the people of Ghana. We want to build our roads. Do we want to help young people build businesses? Do we want to invest more money into education and infrastructure, cybersecurity, and security itself, with all the terrorism going on around us, Uganda, etc.? You saw what happened in Uganda yesterday. Do we want to invest more money in it? If that is what we want to do, it's not about what the minority is saying. It's about what is in the interest of the people of Ghana. Well, all the people who are toll collectors today will be absorbed by government. So the central government is going to absorb all of those people. They will not lose their jobs. They will not lose their incomes. They are being absorbed by the central government, even as we remove all the road tolls on public roads in this country.
The road tolls have been used to maintain our roads, and even that we've had complaints.
Road tolls yield only 78 million Ghana cedis a year. It doesn't really yield much. If you compare to all the inconvenience that we go through, 78 million Ghana cedis for all the hours of traffic at Kaswa, for all the hours of traffic at Tema Motorway, maybe you don't use it, but for those who use it on a regular basis, this is a big relief. And if instead, what I'll do is to pay 1.75 when I transfer money, then I am in a good position to pay without going through that inconvenience.
So the Minister of Information has just been speaking with us, defending the budget. Of course, the minority says this budget is not going to alleviate the hardship being faced by some Ghanaians, according to them, and they are thinking that the introduction of the Momo tax is not going to help the ordinary Ghanaian. While the minority is still addressing the press and defending the budget that has just been presented by the Minister for Finance, and we'll go over and join the majority leader who is addressing the press, and right after that we'll bring you more analysis on this issue.
Now, government says that we all have to spread the costs. We have to look at ways of generating revenue from within so that we can construct our roads, maintain our roads, pay our road contractors. I am a chairman of the Ghana Road Fund Board, and I know the problems of our contractors. Inconsistency in payment. They are overburdened. Now, government says it is levying this 1.75% on Momo. That is the electronic levy. to achieve two major things. One, to make funds available for our contractors to be paid regularly so that they can go back to site, so that more roads can be constructed and maintained. That two, the major boost for private sector, which is the Youth Entrepreneurship Support Program. Now, government is introducing a program where our youth at the various districts, small scale, can have up to 10,000. And if they are graduates who have their startups and want expansion, they can have up to 50,000. And where they are a medium scale, they have between 100 and 500,000. The good news is that government is guiding this investment into the private sector by channeling this through the private financial institutions. So it's not going to be goodies from government, but companies that have properly registered and have gone through training, these individuals will be encouraged to register with the banks, and through that, the banks will take them through the process of giving them that financial support. This will be a concessionary facility, and I believe that it will bring a lot of relief. So like my colleagues are saying, Obia Sabekanede, Obia Benye Biedi, Obia Benya Humfaswo. Every Ghanaian will have an equal opportunity to get support, so that those at that level of informal sector, those who are chasing for formal sector jobs, can unearth their potential and make sure that the little that they can explore, there is that support to do it. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by saying that government has demonstrated competence in its ability to manage the situation at hand. In the midst of this COVID, government has not given up. Our friends in opposition were expecting a doomsday budget, but this budget has given us hope. If you look at the reliefs to the private sector, it's even beyond their own imagination. And the budget is calling on all Ghanaians to rally around and support government initiative. We need to get out of this. We will get out of this, but it is only through competence that we can get out of this. Indeed, our friends in the NDC cannot provide any alternative. They have not done so since this part government assumed office, and they can never do so even today. And I challenge them, if there's anything better they can do under this budget, or if they can do anything better in the circumstance we find ourselves as a country, I challenge them to immediately come up with their own solutions. But like we always know, they will proceed with political rhetorics without bringing solutions to Ghanaians. I thank you so much, and may God bless us all.
No, someone will do that.
Who are saying this is only going to burden the ordinary Ghanaian. But government also says that the road toll has been taken off, and this will offer some relief to motorists, car users, and so on. So we are still coming to you live from Parliament, where Finance Minister has just presented the 2022 budget. He's seeking to expend 128 billion Ghana cedis. Of course, this is up from the 113 that were expended in 2021. Of course, revenue also is expected to go up around 98 billion Ghana cedis, up from the 72.4 billion that we saw in 2020. So how will this help the Ghanaian economy to come out of the storms of the COVID-19? My colleague here, Maurice Egbete, will be helping us to unpack some of the things that the minister said. Maurice, let me start with your take on the direction of the budget. Your expectations met from where you sit as a financial journalist.
Right, I was expecting an austerity budget because our debts, are going up, and the deficit also keeps going up. But it does appear that the government wants to expand, and so they've even increased their revenue targets from the 72 billion Ghana cedis that we saw in the 2021 budget. For the first time, we're looking at 105 billion Ghana cedis by way of revenue, and expenditure going to 137 billion Ghana cedis thereabout. I mean, this is by far one of the most ambitious revenue and expenditure targets. If you look at the stimulus they are giving to the private sector, it still tells you that they still want to expand, they still want to grow. You look at the National Development Bank, which has, they said, has some 800 million Ghana cedis already. The target is 1 billion Ghana cedis thereabout. And so, even though I was expecting that government was going to be very moderate and curtail spending, this is what the finance minister has presented to us. Now, before the finance minister, presented the budget, you and I were discussing how he's able to, replace, some taxes and levies. So he takes some from the right and then brings some on the left. So we've seen him abolish the road tolls, which for me, some way, somehow, is supposed to compensate the transport operators. You know that they want the government to remove the levies in the build-up. So because they are unable to do that, because the revenue is needed, then an abolishment of road tolls for transport operators, should suffice. But we see how it goes. Just after here, certainly we're going to hear the likes of Guta, we'll be hearing the likes of GPRTU and the coalition of road transport operators, private road transport operators speaking. So we will see how they are accepting some of these policy proposals that have been put in the budget.
Very finally, let's engage the Member of Parliament in one of the constituencies in Kumasi and former PRO of the Ministry of Education, Honorable Vincent. Honorable, thank you so much for your time on GBC News. The minority expected an austerity budget where government will tighten its expenditure because of our revenue position as a country. But instead, government is daring. Government is going to expand more. Government is offering more to the private sector. How will this impact the country's debt levels?
Well, the economics that we are doing is not a straitjacket one. Especially because of the background of 2 years under recognition. Now, I will say this because the yardstick to which we were doing our economics in 2017 is different from what we are doing in 2020. Because in 2020, 2021, we have been affected by a global challenge, a global difficulty. And that global difficulty is the outbreak of COVID. So you cannot continue to be doing the same thing and expect to get the same results. Now, because of the COVID-19, our revenue mobilization, especially domestic revenue mobilization, was affected. And for that matter, we had businesses collapsing. We had businesses collapsing. If you have businesses collapsing in such a way, what it means is that now people have been unemployed. You need to create a budget that can support people to be able to a private sector that can give them jobs, and that is what we are doing. So today, I know that the good people of Old Trafford municipality is happy because
Okay, back to the studio, gentlemen. In 5 minutes, I want to wrap up. Let's pick. We're looking at the fiscal deficit stream from 13 to 7.9, and perhaps let's look at the National Development Bank in a jiffy. Quick.
So which one do we look at first?
It's your choice.
No, I'll take the deficit one.
Okay.
Yes, I think, like I said, it's possible because government expect to, with the new policies that have come in, to raise a lot of revenue from that. And now that we have the adequate data of people who are liable to pay tax, we have their data now. We have the data of structures, brick and mortar in Ghana. With KRO fix on them, we can locate them. So there's the possibility that we may be able to do a lot of, bring in a lot of revenue. I'm sure even with the revenue figures that the finance minister has announced, they are just conservative figures. I suspect they are just conservative figures. And so it is possible that we may even do more than. But I have a very little worry. I mean, listening to him, listening to the finance minister, you realize that he said Greater Accra contributes about 90% of our domestic tax revenue. 90%. You see, and my disappointment is that the next industrialized regions, Ashanti region and Western region combined, contribute almost about 3%. How is that possible?
So that is a puzzle that needs to be solved. Let me come to Paul.
I think just to take off from where he left, you know, most of the former businesses are in Accra, Greater Accra. When you go to Kumasi, with the exception of the few government offices, most of the businesses that you see around are informal sector businesses, which are not covered in terms of the tax. So that is probably the reason why we have a lot of the taxes coming from the Greater Accra region. With regards to efforts to achieve the budget deficit of 7.9%, for me, I expect that we may do more than that. It may get to maybe 8, even up to 10, because it is expected that in our situation, there is always a point that we are not able to reach our revenue targets, but we always overspend or spend more than the projected. The finance minister gave us some clear points as to how we intend to innovatively increase revenue. We spoke about the 1.75% electronic levy, which we are projecting that can bring in up to 5 billion Ghana cedis, even assuming that we are going to get 1% of the total volume of mobile money transactions in 2020, which was 571.8 billion. He spoke about 15% increase in all government fees and charges, which will also bring in some revenues. He also mentioned property taxes, and I think there's a lot of work to be done in that regard. Do we change the laws to make sure that the central government takes over that responsibility of doing the collection? Because I do not think that the local government agents have the capacity to be able to do the evaluation of these properties, to be able to impose the taxes. So the central government can establish a unit within the Ghana Revenue Authority to be tasked with the responsibility of doing the evaluation and also collecting the taxes. I think that will help to be able to increase the revenues. At the expenditure side, I think given the situation in which we find ourselves in, hitting 76.6% debt to GDP ratio as at June 2021, at this point it calls for critical measures to be able to address the situation and to assure investors that we are indeed willing and ready to make the necessary efforts to reduce our debt levels, which is clearly getting unsustainable. I did not really hear so much about practical steps that we are going to use to reduce unproductive expenditures. And until we are able to do that, I do not see any headway in terms of achieving the projected.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. One other thing that the finance minister was silent. I think when the president did the State of the Nations, he mentioned that that they have to come back with Ajapala kind of listen.
But it was in the it was there. He said it will come back. There was
yes, because it is very, very important.
Probably in February.
Yes, it is very, very important that Ghanaians understand the concept. You see, probably the packaging may not have been the packaging, and then the communication may not have been done appropriately, but we need that.
All right,
we need that.
Thank you
and
very
so
much.
Must support
we need that. That is we've been talking to Habiba Dam, an economist, and Paul Apia Kunedu, also an economist. We taking a look at the 2021 budget and then the 2022, which has just been read by the finance minister, and that's how we draw the curtain for today. And with the conversation has just started, we're going to continue. We just even look at the fiscal deficit issues and probably the National Development Bank that is coming on stream, the scrapping of toll booths and all those things, how it's going to impact positively on the economy. Now, e-levy is out there. You make a transaction that is beyond 100 Ghana cedis, you pay 175. In other words, if I do beyond 100 Ghana cedis, I'm going to pay the sender actually. So let's keep on sending, let's keep on paying taxes to government, and then the economy will grow. Thank you. My name is Edward Nyakun. God willing, we'll come your way again. Bye. Hello and welcome to